Hello and welcome to Sci-Fi on Trial. Woohoo! I'm your host, Jesse Mercury, and today we are finishing the prequels, the Star Wars prequels. We have an amazing tribunal of nerds joining us today to close out the first trilogy of films in the Skywalker saga. So we have several people that have been here for the entire prequel trilogy. We have Jenny Krantz. Hello, Jenny. And we have Ryan Casey. Hello, Ryan.
Hello.
And then joining us from our Star Wars club, making her first appearance in the prequel trilogy, waiting until it mattered the most, we have B. Russell. It's so good to see you, B.
Hey, it's so great to be here. I can't wait to talk about this film.
I am stoked. I mean, this is the only prequel that I can just honestly say I like. I like this movie, you know?
I love this movie.
It's good. I mean, there's some really terrible moments, and we'll talk about them, but overall, this is a good movie. What's up, everyone in chat? What's up, Adam G? Good to see you, my friend. And Joe, hello. Welcome, everybody. It feels so silly to have Star Trek images in the chat. All the little member badges are Star Trek, and we've just been talking about Star Wars recently. Anyway, we are here to put Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith, on trial. We're going to get a definitive number between 1 and 10 to tell us exactly how good this movie is. And we will have a definitive ranking for all 3 of the prequel films after tonight on our journey to rank all of the Star Wars films. Very exciting. So to remind everyone, the Phantom Menace got a 5.4 and Attack of the Clones got a 6, a solid 6. And to start us off,
which trilogy ends up on top? Like the
I think that's a foregone conclusion.
Yeah,
cool. But we're going to find out for sure. I'm curious, whether the prequel trilogy or the new trilogy, where are those going to rank? You know, because I love really the new movies, but people seem to really hate them out there.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, I get it, I guess, but
I don't know. Well, that's for another day. We have a lot to talk about today. What's up, Max? Good to see you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Okay, so we're going to start with our opening arguments, which is our chance to share our thoughts about how we think this movie should rate overall, and we're all going to vote. So this is the one vote of the evening. We're going to keep a separate tally between all the panelists and the chat. So this is the only time the panelists are not going to vote. And then the rest of the evening, we're going to all vote together, average all these scores together, and get a final ranking. But this first round does not count to the final ranking. This is just for us to kind of share our opinions, state our bias. Okay. I want to know what you guys think of this movie. So why don't we start with B? B, what do you think this movie should rank on a scale of 1 to 10 and why? And while you're talking, I'm going to share the link in chat for everyone who's watching to vote their thoughts as well. So B, what do you think?
Cool. Well, I agree with you. Of all the prequels, I feel like this is definitely my favorite one. There's some cringy moments and some really terrible dialogue, but the CGI is much better, and there's visually just some really stunning moments. And it made me remember which actors I really think contributed a lot to this trilogy specifically. And I feel like there's some moments where people really shine, specifically like Mace Windu. I feel like really shines in this film as far as his acting is concerned. But overall, I would say I think I'm gonna stick with a solid 8. I think a solid 8.
Nice.
Because I definitely have to take a couple points away for a few things that I just think are like, man, this could have been so much better. And I feel like doesn't serve the canon, but I think it's the best of the 3. So I still gotta rank it. I can't. It's not as bad as a 5 or a 6. And I think it's more worthy than a 7. So I think 8 is what I'm going to sit for.
Nice. What about you, Jenny?
Dang, I like really, really similar to B. I was giving it an 8 as well. I think I really love this movie. I would almost give it a 9 or 10, but I just can't ignore some of the flaws in it. But I think the way I describe it, different from the first 2 of the prequels, I would say I don't really like, but I can find things in them that I do love. And this movie I love, but I can find a couple that I don't like in it. So yeah, definitely the best out of the 3. I I've actually watched this movie a couple times in the last like month or so because I was working on stuff for it, and I love it. I really Obi-Wan Kenobi in this movie, like I've moved him up to like on the same par pretty much with like I mean almost as like Han, Luke, and Leia. Like I just really love his character in this. I felt he's like kind of the one I really connected to in this movie, and it really got me through. I love it. I think it's so fun. Couple nitpicky things. Can't quite give it a 9 or 10, but 8 sounds right.
Nice. Ryan, what is your rating of this movie? Are you talking? Because I don't hear anything, but I see movement.
I was muting myself earlier while I was shuffling things.
I can never tell if you're talking, if you're just like giving it some good thought.
My beard hides my mouth so much.
It's like, this question is a surprise. Let me think.
I used to think that I consecutively liked that each one more, but I've grown an affinity for the first movie that I have not developed for Attack of the Clones or Revenge of the Sith, and each of them sort of makes me more mad about the whole story of the prequels, like as a whole, that I kind of don't like never really liked. But I do like parts of it, and I feel like Obi-Wan's he's pulling a lot of weight that no one else is pulling in these movies. I think, the Emperor, although I sort of have some problems with what they do with him, that actor whose name I can never remember is he's doing a lot of work in this movie. There's parts that I like, but I only gave it a 6.
6. Yeah, I agree with a lot of what Jenny and B were saying. It's been so interesting coming back to this movie now, because my biggest disappointment with the prequels when they first came out was that this was the new Star Wars. And that made me so mad, because this wasn't my Star Wars. You know, this was like all on sound stages. Like, they didn't build sets. They just put up green screens. They didn't do any location shooting. They didn't, they did a little bit in the desert for Tatooine, but it just did not have the flavor and the character of the original trilogy. It just felt kind of cold by comparison. And I felt so disappointed by that. But now we live in this world where we have so much new Star Wars. And The Mandalorian is the flavor of Star Wars that I crave. That's my favorite flavor of Star Wars. And we got 2 whole seasons of that already. And that's like such a gift. So now when I go back and look at these old movies, I'm not thinking to myself, man, it's such a shame that this is the only Star Wars we get. I'm now thinking like, how does this fit in the arc of Star Wars as a whole, which I love dearly. And I appreciate it a lot more for the story. There's still choices in the minute detail of how they made it that I just really disagree with. But the story itself, I think, is really interesting. And the story of the third movie is really interesting. And it's so dark, and it kind of redeems a lot of the kitschy, childish nature of the whole prequel trilogy. The fact that it is so dark, and it is all about the main character becoming the bad guy. And when you look at it from that point of view, it's kind of, it's if you didn't know it was going to happen, it would be so unexpected. Like, we all knew it was going to happen going into it. We know that Anakin's going to turn to Darth Vader. But like, I've seen some stuff on TikTok of people watching the Star Wars movies from episode 1 and just like being slackjaw shocked when Anakin ends up being Darth Vader. And I tried to put myself in that mindset on this view, and I was like, that's awesome. Like, if you didn't know that was coming, it's just like cold, like Order 66 is cold. It's like George Lucas is like, you know what, I know you love this shit, but fuck you, it's all gone wrong. And there's something about that I just love. So I'm going to give this one a 7. And I'm curious to see what we end up at the end. And it's a 7 just because it's still a prequel, and I still don't like how the prequels were made, just aesthetically and texturally. There's something about it that it just feels false because it's all like on green screen stages. But this one has emotional moments that actually resonate, whereas the others for me don't as much. And It's definitely my highest ranked of the prequels. I'm tempted to give it an 8. If I could give it a 7 point, well, I'm going to give it a 7.5 because this is not the one where we have to pick a whole number. So I'm giving it a 7 point. You know what? Fuck it. I'm giving it a 7.6. 7.6. That's my heart. Tells me 7.7. I'm talking myself up as we go. 7.7. It's not
Do
quite
I
an
hear
8.
7.7? Do I hear 7.8?
Yeah.
7.8? 7.9?
Let's creep it up to the. Might as well just pick 8 now. Just choose the 8. Just do it.
I can't. It's not. I can't give it an 8, but I'm real close to an 8. I'm giving it a 7.7, and there are moments in it that
give it an 8.
your Jenny mind tricks don't work on me. There's some moments that are really precious in this movie that like really pivot the whole of the Star Wars universe. And I feel like there's a couple moments that were actually serviced well, but there's so many moments that aren't, that I just can't go higher than that. There's so many moments that are just like cringe. So I can't go higher than that. But let's see what chat says. Let's go into our poll. Let's see what chat has to say. Has everyone voted that wants to?
Wait, so we don't vote on this one, you said, right?
Right. This is just for chat to vote. Everything else will have everybody vote, but this is just so we can get chat's opinion. Joe says hello there.
Hello there.
I know, that's so classic. It's so good.
I love the hello there. Hello
Joe,
there.
your list was definitely helpful. I definitely go through and watch it myself and take very detailed notes and put a thing together, but Joe went through and made a list of all the important moments as well. And I definitely appreciate that. Okay, well, let's take a look at our responses. Chat is giving it an 8.5. So chat this is the first time that chat has been higher than the panelists. And our average between chat and the panelists is a 7.6. So we're going to see how close to that we get after going through our cross-examination, which will be very detailed. Are you all ready? Because here we go. Okay, so I've broken down the movie into 7 sections. We're going to start with part 1, which I've titled The Opening Sequence. So this will include the title crawl, the battle over Coruscant, the search for Palpatine, including the introduction of Grievous, Jedi taking the elevator and R2-D2 in the hangar bay, and then the rescuing of Palpatine, which includes the fight with Dooku, Palpatine's famous "do it," being captured in the ray shields, taken to General Grievous, fighting with droids on the bridge, and crash landing on Coruscant. So that is our first section of the film. We're going to start with the title crawl, and I pulled it up so we can read it. This is a really interesting title crawl as far as Star Wars goes, because it starts with one word: war.
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 Wars, like, war has reached the galaxy. Like, I read it in that voice of, like, the Clone Wars news reporter guy.
Yeah, the Tom Kane
voice.
voice.
The title should spin in like that. Like a
Yeah.
War.
Yeah, exactly. Do any of you watch, like, kind of side note, like the Avatar: Last Airbender or Legend of Korra content? Do any of you watch that?
I haven't, but I know that Dave Filoni worked on it.
No, I should. Yes.
It's I love it, but like Legend of Korra has that same opening. They do like a newsreel kind of 1920s, 1930s, almost like radio sounding announcement before every episode, and it reminded me of that. But yeah.
Yeah. Funny. Did you guys hear that Tom Kane, who does the voice of that narrator and Yoda on the Clone Wars, he had a stroke that affected the speech center of his brain. And just devastating news. I mean, his body of work in Star Wars is incredible. It's so tragic if he isn't able to participate in the Bad Batch moving forward, because I know that he was a part of that. And I just wanted to say to Tom Kane and his family, we're thinking about you, we love you, and we really appreciate your work, and we hope that you have a swift recovery. Okay, well, so the opening crawl: war. The Republic is crumbling under attacks by the ruthless Sith Lord Count Dooku. There are heroes on both sides. Evil is everywhere.
Both sides shit.
Yeah, what does that mean? Who are the heroes in the Separatist alliance?
I never know, but just in light of like real events, that whole like there were what was it? There were
good people
on both sides. Yeah, I was like, wait, who are the heroes they're referring to on both sides? Who's the hero?
Yeah, exactly. Who are you talking about?
It did not age well. That did not age well. Especially because, like, the Separatists, it's like Newt Gunray, Count Dooku, Poggle the Lesser and a bunch of droids. Like, who are the heroes on that side?
Grievous?
I feel
Yeah.
like the word choice is wrong. Like, don't choose the word heroes. Like, maybe there's victories on both sides. Like, the wars, like it's a tight war. Like anybody could win the war at this point. But like choosing the word heroes just feels wrong. Because I don't feel like there's anybody that I would call a hero. I mean, maybe Dooku, because I feel like we're about to talk about it, but I feel like the way that his journey ends is a little like, ooh.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, there are a whole bunch of worlds in the Separatist Alliance. And I think that, I mean, there are deleted scenes where like the Separatist Alliance is kind of alluded to becoming the Rebel Alliance in the future. But at this point, we haven't seen anyone that could be considered a hero in the Separatist Alliance. I can appreciate the fact that like the writer is telling us that they exist. It's like we just haven't seen them. But there's a lot of worlds that want to recede from the Republic, or secede, I guess would be the word. And we see it more in the Clone Wars, Adam. That's a really good point. Yeah. I think it could refer to the Separatist Senate or worlds that just want freedom or to be recognized like the Republic never did. That's a really good point. I think that the intention of it is that the Republic is kind of failing a lot of worlds, which I wish we saw more, I guess.
Yeah.
Betsy, on a side note, for me, I don't know for anybody else, but your microphone is cutting out sometimes, or I'm not catching everything you're saying, and I'm wondering if it's happening for everybody.
Yeah,
it happened last time too.
Yeah, it happens a lot. I can usually it'll happen, so I can kind of piece together what you're saying, but it definitely cuts in and out sometimes.
Yeah, well, I'm using a different.
I can hear everyone else.
I have a different microphone going to the stream, and I think that one is solid. So maybe we should try different software next time. We're using Discord, but maybe we can try something else, because you guys being able to hear me is as important as chat being able to hear me. But if you missed something I'm saying, just let me know. Unfortunately, I don't think there's much I can do to fix it.
That's okay. It's like just a few words, but I'll just ask you to clarify if you need to.
Okay. All right. Well, let's continue with this title crawl.
I was going to say that they do spend a lot of time making the Separatists. There's no human-looking people in the Separatists. But then, when you think about it, from the start of this movie, and the whole time really, it's all just armies that are being run by the Sith Lords. So It's just like all a big fake war. But even in this movie, there are just a couple moments, like Padme is like, "Oh, the Separatists might be maybe we're the bad guys."
Yeah.
Are we the baddies? Which is that classic Mitchell and Webb sketch where they're Nazis and they're like, "Do you think we're baddies? We have skulls on our hats."
Yeah, that's a great point, because if you really think about it, all of the good guys, the Jedi in this movie, are also under control of the same Sith Lord. The entire galaxy is already being run by Palpatine. He's just kind of doing it in secret. He hasn't taken power publicly yet, and that's what this whole movie is about. But that's a really good point, is that like both sides are basically fighting the same war for the same exact reasons, but fighting each other, and they don't even know why.
Yeah, everyone's getting played, and most people end up getting killed by the end of this. But I don't know who the heroes are supposed to be. General Grievous is clearly supposed to be bad and scary. He's too scary.
Right. And like Dooku's obviously bad. He's also a Sith Lord, and the Nemoidians like blockaded Naboo and didn't care about starving out the citizens of Naboo, so they're obviously not good either. Although Newt Gunray, right before he's killed, has like a really sympathetic moment towards the end, but we'll get there.
Yeah.
Okay, so in a stunning move, the fiendish droid leader, General Grievous, who has swept into the Republic capital and kidnapped Chancellor Palpatine, leader of the Galactic Senate. And I just remember the first time I saw this, I read the words General Grievous, and I was like, oh boy, there's a guy named General Grievous now.
And if you kill him, the war's over, even though no one's ever heard of him until right now.
Yeah. It's a confusing thing. I mean,
I don't know. When I read that in the title crawl, I was like, nobody swept it and took nobody. Nobody did that. I was like, I feel like where's the tape? I would like to see the tape of the Chancellor being snatched up. I'm like, he knows very well where to be, when to be.
They find him. He's in his little chair. He's in his little emperor chair.
Very comfortable, just
pretending to be in handcuffs. Yeah.
Nobody snatched and made him
save me. Save me, please. His fingers are crossed. His fingers are crossed behind his back.
As the Separatist droid army attempts to flee the besieged capital with their valuable hostage, 2 Jedi Knights lead a desperate mission to rescue the captive Chancellor. So does this title crawl do a good job of setting the stage for the film? What do we think?
So, I think I like it, again, like the best out of the 3 as far as the title crawls go. I mean, starting it off with war. I like that. Just get it right off the bat. Yeah.
Yeah, I like when a title crawl in Star Wars illustrates the passage of time. It's like there's this general we've never heard of.
Yeah.
There's like, obviously the war has progressed significantly since the end of the last movie. I like that. I think that that's great. And I mean, obviously the Clone Wars cartoons have completely fleshed out that time period now. But I think as far as like setting the stage for the jump forward in time, I think this does a good job. And I love that it starts with one word. I think that that's like classic serialized TV stuff, you know?
I know we literally just did Attack of the Clones and Phantom Menace, and I still don't think I fully realized that, General Grievous is not mentioned, I think in my head I was kind of thinking he made an appearance in Attack of the Clones, even though we just watched it, and he's not. This is his first appearance. I was thinking he was around. I think I was confusing with the Clone Wars.
Am I the only person who thinks that General Grievous is the silliest name ever for a character who's supposed to be scary?
Yeah, it's confusing to me. It's just like when you choose to name people after a field, the word grievous means something. So it's like, why is that his name? Like it kind of makes me wish that to understand why did we like say, yes, that's it. That's this guy's name. We love it. Put it in the movie. Like, who made that choice? Like, who signed off on that?
Probably George.
It's all George. 100% George.
I mean, who in his brain who told him? All the different consultants in his own mind.
Smaller George Lucas.
Which one said?
Head.
I think
this?
the voices in his mind that he actually calls the midi-chlorians.
Oh, God.
There's like a really funny TikTok video floating around of a guy that just like laughing hysterically when he realizes like one of the Jedi, he looks like a dinosaur. He's this like dinosaur looking dude. And the guy's just cracking up. He's like, George Lucas, man, like with his naming, like this guy's name, and now I can't remember, but it's like Camden or something. And he's just like, how is this like dinosaur looking creature has this like British sounding like Camden or something? Like, what? Like, I would love to be in like George Lucas's head when he's coming up with these names.
But he also came up with like R2D2, C3PO, Han Solo, Leia Organa, like the best movie names
Obi-Wan.
ever. Yeah, we got to give him credit.
I don't think I'm ever shocked by a silly Star Wars name at this point. There's Quadranero has 4 engines. Like
Quadranero.
Darth Vader. Vader means father. Like
Dark
Bib
Father.
Fortuna. He's got like a thing that's sort of bib-like that hangs in front of him.
Nice Noodles is one of my favorites.
Yeah. Salacious Crumb is my favorite.
Salacious Crumb is a good one.
So
Yeah. Okay, let's talk
Max
about the
Rebo.
Salacious is a word. Crumb's a word, but you put them together, and now it's a little thing's name.
Yeah, Salacious Crumb is just 2 other words.
Coleman Trebor. That was the dinosaur-looking guy that I was talking about.
That is
Trebor.
hilarious.
My name is Coleman Trebor. Like, it's just really funny. Thank you, Adam. Yes.
Adam knows his shit. Adam is like a Star Wars.
Adam's on top of it.
He's like a holocron. He's like a walking holocron.
That's pretty good. I'm like,
Walking
a dinosaur-looking
holocron.
creature, something like Camden. I don't know. Starts with a C. Nailed it.
It's very impressive. Also, Adam G
Most
added
impressive.
a Baby Yoda emote in the Discord, and I've never been more excited. I was like, there's a Grogu in here, and I didn't do it. Someone else did it. It had to have been Adam. Okay, let's talk about the battle over Coruscant, because this is, in my opinion, by far the absolute best space battle in the whole prequel trilogy, by far. I think this battle is really exciting. There's like really interesting mechanics in the battle, like the buzz droids and Anakin, you know, holding up Obi-Wan's ship with the wing of his ship, and the way that they're like flying in unison in the beginning. You get a sense of how they've really become a pair, like their force powers are, you know, they're really in lockstep with each other. There's some good dialogue. It's just got everything. It's exciting. I mean, that first shot when you come down over the battle and you see Coruscant down below, it's awesome. I love this whole sequence.
That's my favorite moment.
Yeah.
I like those ships. I like the Jedi fighters. Those look cool. They're like 2/3 the way to a TIE fighter.
I know. I didn't notice that before.
The windows are basically all that it is, but it's close to the Jedi Starfighter from Attack of the Clones, but they recede the front and sort of make it thinned. And it has the window, looks like a TIE fighter.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Jesse.
I think, like, one of my criticisms, I actually remember, like, I remember not liking this scene the first time I saw it in the theaters. Like, overall, out of the 3 prequels, even back when I saw it in theaters, even though I hated all of them in general, I recognized this one was the best. But I remember specifically coming out, one of the things I said is, like, I just don't like how busy everything is all the time. Like, and specifically calling out this, like, battle, I'm just like, they're flying ships, and then there's buzz droids flying everywhere. It's like my ADD is just, like, exploding. Like, I don't know where to look. There's too much going on. And so it bothered me the first time I saw it. And now I love it. And I think it's really interesting. I didn't notice before until this viewing about how they fly so in sync, and how that being an awesome kind of symbol of Anakin and Obi-Wan together. And I actually like the buzz droids. I think they're cool. I think my brain has just gotten used to it now, because this is how every movie is, how every Marvel movie is. There's always a bunch of shit going on, and now I appreciate it a lot more. But I remember it really bothering me. Like, it just felt like too much. I was like, just like simplify, like, you know, because I missed that, like, those like stark visuals of like the Star Destroyer coming by and it just not being so cluttered with everything. But yeah, nowadays I love it, and I love the view of Coruscant from up there too. Really cool.
I remember in the original trilogy there was like an escalation in how busy the space battles were. Like the battle over Endor is like packed with ships.
Yeah,
and this reminded me of that, how they kind of just packed the sky. And I remember just like reading expanded universe novels as a kid, and like reading about Luke being in these space battles and how it was so hectic, but he just gave himself over to the Force and let the Force guide him through it. And this just has that feeling, and it feels very Star Wars. It's like one of the first things in the prequel trilogy that just feels like really Star Wars to me.
Yeah,
I agree. I feel like for me, I'm all about cinematography and visual moments that like create those cinematic memories that make me watch a movie over again, or make me love it. And like just that first, like after the title crawl, that first shot you see, like I love the way that looks. And like for me, it makes that corny like war like worth it, because it's like, well, yeah, that's what's going on. Like I just feel like we see the bit, like it literally takes us right into like what the title crawl just prepared us for. And I think visually it's stunning. And also in this movie in general, I'll probably mention this a few times, the violence I thought got upped a lot.
A lot.
And we see a dude a dude get blown out of a ship and flying through space in this scene. I'm like, he's dead. And like the battle continues, his body's just tumbling in space in the mix of debris and chaos. And I also love the tension of that we're getting to the end of the war. Like the war is coming to a boiling point. And I love when a film, in the way that, like the shots, the way that a film is shot, it creates tension without words or explanations. Like you can just see that there's a desperation and a boiling point at the end of this war. And everybody's like, the stakes are so high. And I feel like that's why I love the beginning of this movie. And the thing that makes me laugh a little bit is the juxtaposition of how lax and like chill Hayden Christensen's acting style is. It's like, it feels like you're in a room with a green screen in like maybe a video game pod, like doing this scene. Like I didn't feel the same tension from him that I was seeing. I was like, you feel a little too chill for like, but at the same time they're Jedi, so it's like there's a certain chill that you expect. But that was like there were moments for me where I was like, I think Hayden Christensen's a good actor, but I was like, I feel like I still want a little bit more investment from you.
Interesting. I love the leap in Anakin between episodes 2 and 3. Like he's more of a man now. You know, he's
grounded for sure. He's
less
way
of a
more
teenager,
grounded, and I do like that too.
Yeah, and I think that like it's actually very telling, and I would actually guess that it's intentional that Anakin is way more chilled out during the fight than Obi-Wan is, because Anakin is a stronger, more powerful Jedi in a lot of ways, even though Obi-Wan trained him. Like, he's too powerful for his own good in a lot of ways, and that's kind of, you know, I mean, Obi-Wan even says as much. He's like, you've saved me more times than I can count. You've become like the stronger Jedi. And I like that he's like, you know, this is life or death, but I see all because I'm in the Force and the Force is with me. You know, it works for me. I actually really like his performance in this scene. I feel like, and obviously Obi-Wan Kenobi in this movie is incredible. I mean, you touched on it a little bit in the beginning, but I mean, it's at the point now where I like Ewan McGregor as much as I like the original Obi-Wan Kenobi. And I feel like that would have been sacrilege to say as a kid, but yeah, I mean, and I'm blanking on his name right now, which is sacrilege. What's his name?
You mean whose name?
The original Obi-Wan.
Alec Guinness?
Alec Guinness, thank you.
Alec Guinness, yeah.
Yeah, that's the first time in my life I've ever forgotten that name, but it's because I'm stupid. That's why.
Okay.
You big dummy.
Like, I remember watching Rebels when Obi-Wan showed up, and the voice was more like Alec Guinness than Ewan McGregor, and there was a moment where I was like, oh, I miss the Ewan McGregor voice. Although it was cool that they did that. I liked that, but like, I just really love Ewan McGregor's Obi-Wan Kenobi, and the fact that we're getting a whole new show of him made me so excited the whole time I was watching this movie, and it made me so excited that Hayden Christensen is coming back, because
me too.
I think that he's got what it takes, you know, like he's got really great moments, and I feel like there was some like directorial issues that maybe in the hands of these new people at Disney Plus who are doing these amazing shows, like Hayden could pull out a Darth Vader performance that would, you know, be one for the ages. I'm excited to see it.
Oh, absolutely. Even in this movie, like that's, I think one of the reasons I like this one so much more is I said this when we were talking about Attack of the Clones. Like, I felt like I liked the Anakin Obi-Wan, but I felt like they hadn't, like, their banter was a little awkward. Like, they hadn't quite, I feel like it took them a minute to kind of get their stride together. And in this movie, you see it. Like, this one, I think the banter's perfect. I love that Anakin flying. It's like, this is like how he's like Obi-Wan kind of makes the jokes like, oh, this is gonna be easy. Like, you can tell Obi-Wan's like, I hate flying. Anakin's just like, yeah, like, I can do this. And like their banter is so good. Like, there's one line or something he's like, we're not at that scene, I'll point out later, but I don't know, he just is like, you have a plan B. Like, it's so good. I love the two of them together. I can't wait to see what we get from them in the hands of like Jon Favreau and Filoni and the Mandalorian people. Like, I can't even process it.
It's amazing that that's happening. Yeah, they're on screen. Like, I hope that they won Best On-Screen Duo that year, because their chemistry is fantastic.
I like the MTV Movie Awards.
Exactly. Yeah.
Or just in front of green screens. I don't know if you guys watched it on Disney Plus, but they had like deleted scenes, and some of the deleted scenes are just like really basic, like, you know, whole placeholder, like non-animations, and you can see like how little is actually in. Like, the one that I noticed, like, from actually watching the movie was when they kill all the droids in the elevator and they just go whew, whew, whew. Yeah, and they're just like
totally
done. And like, if you watch the like deleted scene, you can see them do that part, and there is nothing in there. It is just them going. There's no droids, like no tennis balls. And I was like, oh, that's why it kind of looks a little silly.
Yeah. I watched some of those deleted scenes.
Sequence. Yeah, you did.
There was one where, sorry to interrupt you, Ryan, but you reminded me of something I have to talk about. There was one deleted scene where like they were finishing each other's sentences. It's the one where Shakti is killed, and Anakin goes like, "That was a bad," and then Kenobi says, "Mistake," and it's like, what were they even thinking? Like, it's like they're so in tune that they're finishing each other's sentences, but it's like the most awkward dialogue I've ever heard in my life. And I'm so glad it was cut out, but it's like so bad that it made me question the movie itself, because like the deleted scene was so bad. I'm just so glad they cut it out. It was so bad.
Or they go, do you want to do a whoop, whoop,
Yeah.
He's like, no, we should do maybe a...
Yeah, and Shakti's like lying dead in front of them.
It's bad.
There's also they're getting on the elevator, and Anakin like does like R2D2. He's like, I think
I
needs to
know.
go up, and they like put in the sound like you can actually do the sound.
I know.
Oh, I was like, oh, that's really good, but
it's so bad. It's like the Force does not give you the ability to be the perfect droid ventriloquist. Come on.
I do like how that sort of infiltration of the ship, and I kind of felt like I noticed this time it mirrors the opening of Phantom Menace in a way, except it's instead of Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan, it's Anakin.
I noticed that too.
It totally does.
And they kind of kick a little more ass this time.
Yeah. Well, let's get into that. The search for Palpatine, where they infiltrate the ship. This is where we meet General Grievous, the whole Jedi taking the elevator sequence, and then R2-D2 in the hangar bay. R2 in the hangar is the first time where my heart kind of sunk in this movie, besides reading the name General Grievous, because like it's just like I don't like CGI R2-D2. You know, like we've got decades of a built like animatronic R2-D2 that is real, and then to all of a sudden like switch to the CGI was really, really jarring to me.
Yeah, well,
flies and is like, that was one of my biggest, I remember hating that in the theater, that all of a sudden like R2 flies, spits out oil, and like sets everyone on fire.
Yeah.
And I just that felt like a fan servicey moment that didn't work, that just felt pandering, where like I was thinking in my head, like compared to, you know, again, in Attack of the Clones, we were talking about Yoda picking up the lightsaber. Like, that's a fan service. Like, even though we never saw Yoda do a lightsaber battle in the original trilogy, like, that makes perfect sense that, of course, like, we want to see that, of course, that he did that. R2, after all we know, we've got to know this droid, all of a sudden having this, like, crazy party trick that we've never seen. But I don't know. It just felt pandering to me, and I didn't like it.
Yeah. I mean, my 2 cents about that for me, because when I remember feeling this when I saw it the first time, it just didn't, the physicality, and you talked about this a little bit already, Jesse, it's just like from the actual tangible droid to what they did with the CGI R2, like, I don't mind that he's CGI, but he's way more nimble. Like, I was like, he's moving way too fast. Like, I didn't believe it, because like, even when he was scooting, like, to put in his, you know, little thing to like get the information or change the elevator or whatever, when he like goes, you know, and like does what they're asking him to do, it's way too fast. Like, that was one of the, for me, the exciting bits of the original trilogy is when they're like, their life depends on this slow ass droid getting that thing in there. It's like, we're going to die. Hurry up and stick that shit in the elevator and stop it from happening. But like in this movie, he's just like, king. I'm like, he's moving way too fucking fast. Yeah. And like, so my idea is like, well, what happened to him in the war that made his ass so slow? I was like, if he was this fast before the war, what happened to him that now he's going like 2 miles an hour? I can't barely bend different parts. Like, all those tricks don't happen no more. Like, what happened between 3 and 4?
Maybe he's carrying the weight of all the emotional pain of his master turning into Darth Vader, and it just slows him down.
Because his memory doesn't get erased.
Right.
Apparently, it's only C-3PO.
Didn't they erase their memories?
Not R2. They erased 3PO.
They only say C-3PO. Yeah.
Yeah. R2 remembers everything, and then after what happens with Babu Frick in Episode 9, 3PO regains his memories of the original trilogy, of the prequel trilogy.
Some of it, yeah.
Like, they wipe 3PO's mind after Episode 3, and then they like wipe his mind and then restore it in Episode 9, and he regains his wiped memories from Episodes 1, 2, and 3 in like the expanded universe, which I think is a really cool plot point. I've just read about that online. Cool. Joe said something in chat that I missed that I'm glad he reminded me of. He said, did y'all spot the kitchen sink in the space battle scene? There is an actual kitchen sink flying around in the space battle scene.
I
Which-
love that though.
Cooking,
That's-
like meaning there's a lot of things.
It's awesome.
There's
Yeah.
literally a kitchen sink.
And everyone watching, I'm trying to make sure the mix is good, that you can hear everybody. But if there's someone that needs to be turned down or turned up, please let me know. I'm happy to take care of that. I do really
I
like
think
the elevator scenes too, where the Jedi are in the elevator. They're fun.
Too. Yeah. Well, I love that there's like a couple, like this whole, again, between Anakin and Obi-Wan that I love in this first scene. One is when they first land and they both like swing and like jump out of their ships and stuff. They break down the droids and then he says something about a trap. And then Obi-Wan, it's just such a like Obi-Wan, like, what do we do next? Bring the trap. And he just says it with like such a great smile, this like mischievous like glint in his eye. And I love it so much.
Yeah.
And then in the elevator, I love when the Anakin like trying to defend R2, and he's like, he's trying, okay, like don't say anything bad about him, he's trying. And I love Obi-Wan
like
kind of
that-
bashing on
that
R2.
Obi-Wan kind of doesn't like R2 in that.
Yeah, he's like talking down on him, and Anakin's defending.
I don't know, that like it bothered me a little bit because it felt like they were referring to something that we didn't know anything about. I'm like, so is R2 like on trial to be like part of the team? Like he's trying.
When they do stuff like
He's
that, when
trying.
they refer to like, you saved my life 9 times. No, it's only the 8th. The one time on whatever, but that didn't quite count.
Yeah.
I like, I kind of like when they refer to stuff that,
Oh yeah.
like, oh, there's stuff that I don't know
Dream.
about.
I love that line. That one on Cato Nemoidia doesn't count. Which I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
Cato
we see that
Nemoidia.
battle in the final arc of the Clone Wars, don't we?
I was gonna say I think that's in
Yeah.
the Clone Wars,
I
but-
assumed.
Yeah. Okay, so that brings us to the rescuing of Palpatine, which starts with the fight with Dooku and then Anakin executing Dooku. What I love about this movie too is like they just get right into it. Like real big deal plot points are happening immediately, and they just keep happening the whole movie. It's like it makes you frustrated that the first 2 movies, it's like there wasn't enough happening in those movies because this has so much that happens just every minute. But like Dooku's executed within like the first 20 minutes of this movie, and he's like the main bad guy that we've seen besides Sidious, and it's exciting, like Anakin kind of creeping towards the darkness in that moment, seeing Sidious show him true self for a moment with that "do it," like the most epic way that anyone has ever said "do it" in the history of the human language. Do it. It's so
Made
good.
a Nike symbol with just a picture of Emperor Palpatine. It was just do it.
Yeah.
Because
And like once again,
if not, I'm gonna make it.
Obi-Wan is like laid up for the entire fight. He's like taking a nap underneath
Yeah.
the scaffolding.
He's just sleeping underneath a little. Yeah, he's just got a little blanket of platform.
Yeah.
That did bother me. It looked, the way that the CGI was done, it looked like his legs were supposed to be chopped off.
Yeah.
Like just like the momentum in that Dooku used to like force lift this piece, like this giant piece of metal, and throw it on top of him. Like the way the CGI looked, like I felt like he's paralyzed now, right?
Yeah.
Like that's what it looks like.
Yeah.
Like Jenny, you mentioned one time, like with the rope, when he grabbed the rope with his bare hands. I'm like, he has normal hands, right? It's like your hand, like your flesh is not indestructible.
You are
right?
not
Like,
Thor.
what kind of,
Like you're
Yeah.
like, what is going on? So like, it's like, okay, yeah, he's tossed to the side, but like the way that I just thought the CGI was a little sloppy in that moment, because I'm like, it looks like he should have no legs now.
Yeah, it was more
In
intense than
general,
it needed to
Obi-Wan
be.
They
goes
almost
too
like
easily.
walk away without him, and he's like, "No, I gotta save him." Like, come on, he's dead already, and he's like, "No, his fate will be ours."
Yeah, that's a
And
great
he was
moment.
fine. He's like awake. He's awake 5 minutes later and not hurt whatsoever. And they were like, "About to
Oh,
leave
fine.
him."
Yeah.
I felt like he went down too easily. Like it felt similar to the battle on Geonosis, the
Mhm.
same thing, where he just
Mhm.
kind of gets he's like, oh, I have a scratch, my leg hurts. Like he gets knocked down a couple times. It just felt like we just need this to happen so that we can film the scene, because Anakin needs to have his moment with Dooku without him needing, and so it just felt a little sloppy, like you said. I didn't really. I do like when he kind of wakes up, like, did I miss something?
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
I don't know.
it's interesting that he can't fight Dooku. Like he's got nothing on Dooku, but he's like completely evenly matched with Anakin. So it doesn't quite make sense, but I don't know. It's how it happened. It's fine. You know, it's not that big of a deal. It's a little, you kind of, I don't know. It's like Worf on Star Trek: The Next Generation. Worf is always getting his ass beat, and he's supposed to be this like great warrior. I feel like, you know, for most of this movie, Kenobi gets to be the warrior that we've been told he is. But every time he fights Dooku, that guy's his kryptonite. He's just taking a nap the whole time, every time.
And I mean, we're not there yet, but I feel like with comparing the battle with Dooku and then comparing the final battle between Anakin and Obi-Wan, it's a little different because I feel like Obi-Wan has the advantage with having more of a clear head, whereas Anakin is distracted by, he just became a Sith Lord.
Yeah.
He has a lot of shit going on through his mind, through his body. With Pat, like I feel like he has more distractions that actually don't make him as powerful in that moment.
Just choked out his secret pregnant wife.
Okay, like yeah, he's got a lot of conflicting things happening, and now he's got to fight his best friend with lava. Like I'd be like a little distracted too. But yeah, I feel like it's different in that respect.
Yeah, his best friend who taught him how to fight, so they know all of each other's moves. It's really hard to get a hit in. But yeah, we'll get there for sure. Okay, so then they're captured in the ray shields, taken to Grievous. They fight droids on the bridge, and then they crash land the ship, and that's the end of this section. This is the first time we've seen lightsabers up against a weapon that's not immediately cut through with those staffs that those droids have.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the little electro staff.
Yeah, electro
staffs.
Oh, I hate those. Like, all the bad guys in that Jedi Fallen Order have those stupid buzz staffs and stuff.
Oh, I'm so excited! I'm going to play that. I got it on Stadia. I'm going to play it.
It's fun.
I can't wait. Yeah,
I like those droids. I think they got little capes. They spin around. They can fight without a head.
Yeah.
What do we think of?
Exactly. It's like, bitch, on your head.
What do we think of Grievous? This is like the introduction of this character. He's a droid with some organic parts in him. What do you think? Jenny's making a face. What do you think of Grievous, Jenny?
Grievous. I think he's just fucking cool. I mean, besides, the name is a little dumb, but... And I remember not getting that he's also an organic creature, and I just thought it was so stupid. I was like, how does a droid have a cough? Like, why is this droid coughing? And I literally just missed that it was a, like, hybrid creature droid when I saw it in theaters. I don't know. I think he's cool. He's just like, it bothered me when I first saw it, and now I'm just like, the way the multiple lightsabers, the way he crawls like a spider sometimes, the way he escapes by shooting himself out into space, and I don't know. I find him interesting. I like him. I mean, not interesting, like he's not a very like nuanced like villain, but he's just like a cool space alien robot thing, and I don't know. I think he's fun.
Adam says that famous cough is apparently George Lucas with bronchitis. Interesting. Those staffs are the same material as TR-8R weapon in Force Awakens. Is that that thing that the stormtrooper fights?
Finn fights the guy.
Finn with the lightsaber. Yeah. Interesting. Oh, that's cool. I like that.
That's really cool.
Well, they make the same sort of sound. That's like buzzing, sort of snarling electric sound.
Yeah, I feel like this whole sequence with Grievous on the bridge is good, but not at the same level as everything else in the opening sequence. There's a cartoonish mustachio twirling quality to Grievous that annoys me a little bit, and he's so CGI that I struggle with him feeling real. He's interesting, but like I prefer, as far as the villains are concerned, in the opening sequence, I prefer Dooku. Christopher Lee is just a phenomenal actor and a badass human being, and he just brings so much gravitas to the role. But it's interesting. I don't like Dooku as much in the Clone Wars cartoons. He just kind of becomes like generic old man angry dude in Clone Wars, but like in the movies, just like having Christopher Lee, he brings this like, I don't know, this sort of interesting persona that's just so fascinating. But yeah, Grievous is a little too cartoonish for me.
Mine Grievous though, because we already have Sidious and we have Sidious and we have Count Dooku as well. If Grievous was the main villain, I'd be like, that's kind of lame. But I feel like just because he's not even like the main guy, he's just like, I find like him just fun. Sorry, Dee, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I got opinions. So like Grievous to me annoyed me a lot in the movie theater when I saw it because I thought the cough was just so distracting. I was like, is it just to help us realize that he's part organic, part machine? Like, just keep reminding you, don't forget, he's not just a droid. He's not just a droid. And like, I felt like there was moments where the cough was meant for comedic relief because he would say something, like he'd make some kind of command to a droid, then he'd be like, or he would escape and then be like, it's like, is that supposed to be funny? But for me, I think the power of his character existing in this story at all is that I feel like he's a foreshadowing of Darth Vader.
Oh.
And he's more machine now than man. That line is, I hear that line the minute I see Grievous. And the fact that Grievous is literally more machine than man. I feel like it's a foreshadowing, especially because he's also being controlled by Lord Sidious, that it's a foreshadowing of you're going to be literally in the same position because now Dooku's gone. He has no apprentice. And Grievous is now the next in command, or the only one left in command. So it just feels to me like a kind of a goofy foreshadowing of what's to come for Anakin.
I love that.
And yeah.
B,
so I feel like
always
it's
agree with that.
You always make Star Wars better,
I'll say that,
except for the times you make it worse. But your takes are always so good. Sorry, what's up? What's that, Ryan?
I like that, and because it's similar to what I was thinking, and I would even say one step further that like all of the apprentices and bad guys in the prequels are sort of
rule of two
different aspects of Darth Vader. That if you squish them all together, they kind of are Darth Vader.
Yeah,
like
cool.
I've heard that theory
kind of
going around.
And...
Yeah, no, I've heard that's an actual. I some of the like. Again, Star Wars TikTok people that I follow, one of them that's a theory that all three of them represent different aspects of Vader, like foreshadowing. Sidious, Dooku, and like you said, Grievous is the more machine now part of it.
Cool. Yeah. What about the crash landing?
It seems obvious that he can't like live outside of that robot body. He's like literally just eyeballs and like a cardiovascular system or something.
He's like that.
Have
you seen the new RoboCop where it's like just his brain and his eyeballs that they save or something like that?
RoboCop?
He's like that. Anyway, what about the crash landing? I think the crash landing sequence is another really great sequence. Obi-Wan's line at the very end, another happy landing delivered with more charm than I've ever experienced in my entire life.
I know. I've got a thing for Obi-Wan.
Does stuff where all of a sudden there's like gravity in space for no discernible reason. So I kind of hate the whole when the ship is tipping and stuff like that. It's like they're clearly like in orbit, like outside of the atmosphere. So but I can't get, because Star Wars does it all the time. Like it never treats space really like space, or rarely does it. So it's fine, I guess.
Well, it's a galaxy far away. Maybe they have gravity in space. You don't know. You haven't been there.
That's true. It could be different. There's different rules for space. I felt the same way, Ryan. Like the moment when, when Grievous escapes the ship, abandons the ship, and like he busts through the glass, and like y'all should be dead. Like your space has now entered the ship. Y'all should be. I mean, Leia, obviously, like I always think of Leia swimming through space, but like, y'all should be dead. Like, okay, so thank you, Star Wars. They can just breathe for a little bit before, even though like it should be instant. But yeah, I feel like for me, all of the banter y'all have talked about the banter a bit, is written terribly but delivered in a really nice way. Like I was cringing with the writing. I'm like, this writing is so unfulfilling. Like this dialogue is so unfulfilling. But because they're good actors, they filled the moments, they filled the lines, and therefore it works. But I'm just like, this is like, and that's honestly my opinion for a lot of the movie. A lot of the short scenes, there's just so little dialogue, and those actors are having to fill context in their performance for what's not being said. And I'm impressed by that as an actor myself. But all the banter, I'm like, this just feels empty in the way it's like by itself. I was reading it on a page. I would get no real information about what's happening, but they fill in the gaps, and I think it works.
That's
so
a
the crash
really
landing
good
for me was
point.
really cool to watch.
Yeah.
But
if you imagine,
what I'm suspending my disbelief.
like if you just like read the script, it would not be anywhere near as good as it is coming out of those actors' mouths. That's a really good point.
Yeah.
Sometimes the things people are saying are just like stuff that's happening in the movie, and he like forgets to like make it sound like it's a person talking.
Yeah.
My favorite is later when Anakin is like, from my point of view, it's different.
Yeah.
Well,
From
yes,
my point
you
of
would
view, the
never say
Jedi
that.
are bad.
Obvi, thank you for that. Like one example for me is when they're in that first battle where the buzz droids are all over Obi-Wan's ship, and he's like, "They're all over me, Anakin." I'm like, "Fuck yeah, they're all over." We see that. Thank you for saying that. Like, no one needed to write that line for him. Like, he's a Jedi Master. Why is he freaking out about the buzz droids? Like, that just seemed out of character to me. I mean, obviously, like Jesse, you said, the juxtaposition of one being more calm, level-headed, and one freaking out makes sense. But I was like, I don't buy that. That's the best line you wanted to write in that moment. They're all over me, Anakin.
Yes. That is just him sitting in a cockpit, and like later there's going to be all these droids. So say they're all over me. Yeah, they're all over me. He's like saying it to himself because he's trying to imagine what it might look like once.
So real.
I do like the line when the ship's like falling apart or something, and Obi-Wan's like, "Do you know how to fly this?" or something, and Anakin just says something like, "I mean, under the circumstances, I don't think it matters," but no, like they're already like crashing.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I don't like.
It's only half a ship.
Yeah, like, do we have a choice? Like, does it matter? Like, I do or I don't. I mean, we're here. Like,
I do have to say, like, Coruscant is all city. How did they find a landing strip randomly after falling out of the sky?
I thought the same thing. I was like, this is a nice, spacious landing strip. And they're ready to like put the fire out with water next to them. I was like, this seems way too
Every other
easy.
ship comes and like lands like this. Like, why do they have a traditional runway?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, ships usually like land like this, not like this. I mean,
they pull George Lucas just a little dock like a boat.
George Lucas didn't want to slaughter a whole city full of people just to get our heroes on the ground, I guess. So he's like, "Oh, there's a runway there."
Big park, something. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, let's get into rating this first section. So we have several questions to answer. I'm going to drop the link in chat, and panelists, we're going to go through and have you answer these as well. I'm going to go through the questions real quick and tell you what we're rating, and I'm just going to go ahead and pop my ratings in while I do it. So, first question, how do you rate the title Crawl? I feel like this is a really, really strong one. I love that it starts with just war. I feel like it's one of the more memorable starts for a title crawl. I'm going to give it an 8. Oh, wait, I'm on the wrong page. Hold on. I got to go to the link. Okay, there we go. Giving it an 8. Battle over Coruscant, I love. I just think it's really, really great. I'm going to give it a 9. Really, really good. Search for Palpatine, including the introduction of Grievous. Jedi take the elevator and R2-D2 in the hangar bay. I really like all this except for R2 in the hangar bay, which I feel like really brings it down. But the rest of it is, I feel like the rest of it is like an 8, and R2 is like a 4. So I'm going to have to give that section a 6 just to average it out. And then the rescue of Palpatine, including the fight with Dooku, being captured in the ray shields, taking a Grievous, fighting droids on the bridge and the crash landing. This whole sequence I think is really awesome. The only thing I don't like as much is fighting the droids on the bridge, but the fight with Dooku is amazing. The Do It is amazing. The crash landing I really enjoy. It's really solid stuff. I'm going to give that a 9. What about you guys? Let's start with Ryan. What do you think?
I gave the title crawl an 8 because it gets out of the way. It tells you what's going on, and it gets out of the way. And it says war. The battle over Coruscant I gave 8. I think the buzz droids are kind of stupid. I don't understand how why they every time you land in a hangar bay during a battle, you got to crash land. And no one can put their landing gear down. They do that a lot. The the search for Palpatine, I like this stuff. I actually kind of like seeing like Palpatine and Anakin together in sort of like I almost want to see more like buddy time for them, like doing stuff. They do get to they go on a date later where they watch those big orbs of water or whatever.
Tandem bike.
But like, yeah, I like them running around a little bit. That's fun. So yeah, I gave that, and the last section I gave like a 7. The crash landing's kind of dumb and stuff, but you know, it's hey, stuff's happening. It's fun.
A couple comments in chat before we get to the next person. Adam says the novelization says the runway was from ancient ships in the past that needed it, and that's from Legends continuity. Joe mentions the Millennium Falcon Easter egg after the crash scene. So yeah, you can see the Millennium Falcon in the background, which Adam says really gets you thinking, since we see it looking so new in Solo, how long has it existed for? Or maybe it's a different, Corellian YT freighter of some kind.
Sure.
Yeah.
I didn't see that. Yeah, I'll have to look for that.
Yeah. B, what are your ratings?
My ratings. Title Crawl, I gave a 9, just because I think it was the best of. I'm thinking about like comparing all of them in the prequels, and I, like Ryan said, like it gets the information quickly, and I feel like it launches us into the next scene properly. But it is a little corny, so I took 1 point away. Rate the Battle over Coruscant. I gave it an 8. I also think the buzz droids are a little weird, only because like when you bring in things from like our world into a fantasy world, I'm kind of like, okay, buzz means it's like a bee, like an insect. They kind of look like insects. I'm like, it just didn't seem very innovative to me. I'm like, that just seems really basic. And I don't know. They kind of bother me. But I do love the action. I love visually what it looks like. The cinematography is beautiful. Like the energy is fantastic. And I just love, it does feel very much like Star Wars, like you said earlier, Jesse. So I give that an 8. The search for Palpatine, introduction to Grievous, the elevator, and R2, I gave a 7 because I feel like the R2 stuff really does bring it down for me. And I actually really like the battle in the hangar bay, only because those droids are so cool. I feel like the way that they fight, it just looks, I think it just looks super cool. So I really liked that. And I think the dialogue, like that's also what brought it down for me, was like just some of the terrible writing, even though I think the actors really did the best they could. So that's a 7. And then the rescue of Palpatine, I gave a 9. Like probably one of my favorite scenes. Honestly, I think most of my favorite scenes in the film have Ian McDiarmid in it, but like just that whole, the do it, and like also what he says after Dooku is killed. And like the seduction has begun. Like it just, I love seeing the little moments where it's like, ooh, he is stroking you. He is stroking you. That ego is getting stroked, honey. Like I see the seeds being planted. I know what's about to happen. Like, and he's just getting played. And I love, and the conflict. I feel like that's probably one of my favorite Hayden Christensen acting moments is, I shouldn't do this. I shouldn't just murder this man. And the acting, I just think in that moment is so brilliant. So 9, I think is what I gave that last one. Yep, that's it.
Nice. How about you, Jenny?
Title Crawl an 8. I gave Battle over Coruscant a 9 because the Vulture buzz droids still bother me a little bit, but I don't know. Again, I like the 2 of them flying, and the view over Coruscant is so cool, so beautiful. I gave the search for Palpatine a 7. Yeah, mostly deducting points because I hate that scene with R2. And the rescue of Palpatine, I give a 9 as well. I liked it. I like getting to see little bits of actually Darth Sidious, and just the change in his voice, and like hearing that for the first time, and it was fun despite Obi-Wan's legs getting not chopped off somehow. So yeah.
Nice. Okay, well, voting is closed. So let's take a look at how we did. Okay, so George Lucas has confirmed that there is that it is the Millennium Falcon. Is that correct?
No, I didn't catch that. on any of my viewings.
Yeah, I didn't see it either.
I'll have to keep an eye out.
I never
That-
seen it.
And then are you saying that there's three? When you say there's three of them in the scene, are you talking about Millennium Falcons, or like that type of freighter? Is that what you're saying? What's up, Zane? Okay, so our average, all of the votes are in. The average for the entire opening sequence is 8.2. That is high. That's a very solid opening sequence for this movie. Good job, movie.
Good job, man.
Wow. All right. Starting off on a high.
Okay. Good work, everybody. I'm gonna close those out. I'm trying not to keep as many tabs open because it caused. I think that might have been what caused some screen trouble last time. Okay, well, let's move on to section 2. This is what happens on Coruscant. So Palpatine returns to Coruscant because he's been saved by the Jedi. Anakin and Padme reunite. We find out that Padme is pregnant. We see Grievous arriving on Utapau. He sends a holo to Sidious, who says he will soon have a new apprentice. So a little bit of foreshadowing there. The scene in Padme's apartment where she and Anakin are so in love. Anakin's nightmare. This is the first introduction of that plot point where he sees Padme dying in childbirth, and then Anakin telling her that it's going to happen and that he won't let it happen. Anakin meets with Yoda to talk about this nightmare. Yoda tells him to let go of what he fears to lose. Palpatine appoints Anakin as his representative on the Jedi Council. And then we see some scenes where Anakin has joined the council, but he's not a master and he's pretty butthurt about it. The council decides to send Yoda to Kashyyyk, and Obi-Wan asks Anakin to spy on the Chancellor. We get some scenes with the conflict that Anakin is feeling, where you can kind of tell that he's more on the side of the Chancellor than on the Jedi at this point. Padme and Anakin discuss the war. Padme mentions that she thinks they might be on the wrong side, but she also says that she wants to be held like she was on the lake by Naboo. So that's very important. Yoda, Obi-Wan, and Mace discuss the prophecy as Yoda prepares to leave, talking about, isn't Anakin the one who's supposed to bring balance to the Force? They're talking about how they don't necessarily trust Anakin and how his future is clouded. And then, of course, this section ends with the infamous opera scene. My opinion, maybe the best scene in the whole movie, but we'll get there.
Tapeworms dancing through bubbles.
Exactly. Yeah. Who cares what's happening on that scene? It's just beautiful. I don't care what it is.
It is.
But we'll get there.
I
So
like it.
what do we think about this? The revelation that Anakin and Padme are going to have a baby in the beginning.
Okay, let me just say this. I have a lot of opinions about the rest of this movie. So Jesse, you're gonna have to help organize who talks when, because I'm just gonna be like, blah, 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 blah. Like I don't want to talk over anybody, so please help me. I can start since I've already started talking. I just always don't. I don't want to talk over anybody. I want to say this to help you understand my purview for the rest of this film. I think this is a problematic film for women in general.
Mm-hmm.
The way that women are portrayed in this film,
Absolutely,
barely at all. Like. It is a male-dominated film. If you're looking at all the prequels, this is the most heavily male-dominated cast and point of view, in the sense that the women are helpless pretty much in every scene.
Yeah. And
the very little bit of female Jedi that we see, I'll talk about that later. But like in general, I feel like women are not either completely don't exist, or they're helpless and need the help of men to do anything, and the opinions of men to understand what they're feeling. It's like all these problematic things for women specifically. And I feel like and we've talked about this before in other discussions. It's the most frustrating film for Padme for me, and the projection of her arc. Like her arc, I feel like just gets cut off. Like she's now just a means to further Anakin's story. She no longer has agency, has purpose, except for to birth her children and serve his story. So for me, this opening scene, I laughed a little bit because they kind of hid behind this pillar. Like you didn't really hide, like you just kind of moved into the shadow of it a little. But like everybody sees you. So for me, I kind of feel like everybody knows what's going on, but they're just gonna pretend that they don't know because y'all like to keep secrets, but y'all really hiding it that well anyway. Like it just kind of made me laugh. It's like I feel like if you were having a secret meeting with someone you've been secretly married to, you'd be constantly checking to make sure that no one was listening. Like there were people walking by the whole time.
Like wait a minute until they leave the room.
It's like y'all don't. It doesn't really feel like it's really a secret. It is a very sweet moment, but like I feel like even the way it's shot, there are so many times in this movie where the close up is just too close. I'm like, I don't need to see their face that close. Know that this is an intimate moment. Like it just was like I've seen some pores now. It's too close. Who decided to put it like right up on his eyeballs like that? I'm like, I don't actually feel any different. So that's my opinion. I feel like what I noticed is that her lines basically were asking Anakin what he felt all the time. What do you think about that? What do we do? I don't know what to do. Helpless woman. Like it was frustrating for me. Most of her lines for the rest of the film are like that.
Yeah, I'm totally with you. I feel like Padme is criminally underwritten in this movie. I feel like so much of what's happening depends on her, but they don't give her any agency over it, and it's really unfortunate. I mean, Natalie Portman's an incredible actress, and she does the best that she can with the material, but this is a problem in all three movies. I do think it's the worst in this movie, where she has the least agency in this movie. And Joe, just no on that comment. Someone being criminally underwritten is not the reason.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So no, I'm totally with you, B. I really agree. I will say that I do like seeing Padme's apartment, and I really like seeing Anakin and Padme at home together. And she is just like glowingly gorgeous in those scenes. She's just so beautiful.
Really is.
I mean, he is too. Like we get to see him shirtless, and he's a sexy man.
She's so in love. She only looks beautiful because she's so in love.
Yeah.
No, it's because of me that I'm in love with you, that I am looking at you, and when I look at you and I'm in love, I see the love reflected back at me.
Yeah, it's so cringy. I mean, I like
face melt off.
I like this stuff more than I like the love scenes in Attack of the Clones, but it's still not good. You know, it's still like not well written.
Shorter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's short. I basically hate almost with few exceptions every time they're on screen together. I just like can't stand it. But B, you're right. I mean, I've always had a problem with her art. I mean, we'll talk about the ending when we get to the ending. Infuriating, but I actually had not thought about that, how just overall in the movie, how the lack of women, I actually hadn't thought of that.
This movie needs Ahsoka.
So that's an interesting point. Yeah. Like you don't even get side characters like Mon Mothma or, you know,
nobody.
Or other like the other queen of Naboo.
Jedi Council's like
anybody.
all boys.
Yeah. But Mon Mothma was in the movie, but they cut it out, which is such a shame. There is a deleted scene with the woman who plays Mon Mothma in Rogue One and in the cartoons. She's in this movie, but they just cut it out, which is such a shame because it's a great scene.
Like the only other, and none of the female Jedi, the few, even have a single line.
I know.
We just see them get brutally murdered. That's it. And then there's the one in the opera scene that he says, "Leave us," and that's it. She just gets to show off that awesome outfit. I want that outfit, but like you just get to sit and then get dismissed.
Right.
Or Bail Organa's wife taking the baby because women's like it's just her cradling a baby because that's what women are there for. Or the Twi'lek Jedi in the very 2000s low cut jeans.
I think that's Ayla Secura.
The Britney Spears outfit. It was a peak 2004 Britney Spears outfit.
Yeah, like she's adorable, but it's not necessarily an appropriate attire for a Jedi. It's like
that's what you're wearing.
Like early seasons Ahsoka, she wore that like stupid tube top. It drove me crazy.
Yeah, when all the male Jedi wear like robes and very full coverage. Yeah, whatever. No, every scene they're on screen, I find it for the most part really obnoxious. Like it was a little bit of a sweet moment when they first see each other again and they seem genuinely happy they missed each other. But yeah, it is ridiculous. I thought about that too. It's like I'm like, you still see like give it a beat. Like let the people leave the room before you embrace in this like secret, super secret, illegal, whatever.
It's not secret. Everybody knows.
You know what the other bad female moment when I thought about this time was when Padme is talking about like raising the baby on Naboo. She's like, well, they're not going to let me be in the Senate anymore. Like,
I know.
like the situation for women is so
Right.
bad, and in this galaxy
What?
too, that like, oh, she's like she says, I'm sure the queen will make me resign from the Senate if she finds out I'm pregnant. Like, I like what? Like,
I assumed that was because she was lying about marrying a Jedi, but now that I think about it, why would that affect her? It should only affect him. Like, she's not going to get expelled from the Jedi Order. She's not in it. So that doesn't make sense either way.
Like,
it doesn't make sense
but I
either
don't
way.
think- yeah, it's just women are treated like trash.
It's upsetting. It's a huge blind spot. It's a problem of like having a sole creator. Like, we've talked about this before, but in the original trilogy, George Lucas's wife was a huge part of editing him, and he needs that. Like, everyone needs that. We should all look to people with different backgrounds and viewpoints to edit our shit, to make sure we're not like missing huge things. Like, oh, there's no women in this movie. That's a huge deal. And like, the only woman is very underwritten and is completely dependent on men. That's a huge drawback.
Adam brings up in the
Sucks,
Clone Wars,
'cause,
they did her a little better.
Yeah.
But
Sure, but that's not these movies.
Right.
It's not really fair to give this movie credit for.
I know. That's the beauty of
Cast
Star
Natalie
Wars.
Portman,
The
she's
beauty
great.
of Star Wars, like the expanded universe always makes it better,
Yeah.
It like you fill in all these details, you make it richer, but we're here to judge just this movie on its own merits.
Yeah.
I will say that, like, I really admired and appreciated the acting of everybody in this film.
Yeah.
Some more than others, but like the funniest part about that, we're so in love scene is how short it was. Like, that literally was the entire dialogue, and then like the scene was over. I was like, yeah, that was like a 2-minute scene with 3 lines. Who thought this was a good idea?
Oh,
I was like, and they get
I bet you there's a longer version of that.
They get all this money to make this short ass scene with 3 lines in it that these actors literally like fill. There's so much gap of the response of those lines because they're trying to fill it. Like, Natalie Portman like has this moment where she's like glowing and smiling at him, like her whole face, all her teeth are out, and then he says his line. I was like, yeah, you had to fill that one. That's your only line in this whole 2-minute scene. You go fill it up, girl. Get your paycheck and take all the time to smile and turn and twirl. Okay, come over.
I could see George Lucas just being like, "Oh, I don't know, just say I love you again. Just say love. I don't know. Just tell her how beautiful she is again."
Well, I think we can.
It's so lazy.
We can all agree though that C-3PO is shiny as fuck in this scene. He's so shiny.
Shiny.
Yeah, of course not.
Shiny.
He's living.
I love that song, B. That's like my spirit song.
They're so good.
I love that song too.
That crab is my spirit
good
animal.
Representation. Let's go watch Moana.
Yeah.
And redeem this shit.
The first time I saw that, I turned to Annie. I was like, "This is my spirit animal. Like, this song represents me completely."
I love that movie.
So, okay, in this section, there is a lot of really good stuff. I think, Anakin's whole like thing with the nightmare and him having problems with the Jedi, his anger at not being a master but being on the council, Sidious's fingers kind of reaching into everything. This is all kind of bringing us to where we're going to go in the plot. And I feel like, as far as the prequels go, this is some of the more effective storytelling as far as building towards something that they do in these movies.
Did you actually stop talking, or is your camera cutting out?
I'm waiting for someone else to jump in. Yeah, anyone who wants to.
Okay, your camera cut out, I think, in the middle of a sentence. So I was waiting for the rest of it to come back, and it never did. So, okay, great.
Yeah.
What did you say again? Say it again.
I'm just saying that I like a lot of the development here with, the darkness for Anakin and his relationship to the council and to Sidious. I feel like a lot of it is really effective. And also, Anakin discussing the war with Padme saying maybe we're on the wrong side, and seeing this divide start to build between them, where, Anakin is in a lot of ways, he has like fascist mindsets. He's like, we talked about in the second movie, we just have one strong person in control and, tell everyone what they need to do. And we start to see that here.
Out.
Jenny, you just cut out before. I saw you moving and speaking, but I didn't hear any of those words.
I said, I can't believe who would have thought this relationship wouldn't work out.
Yeah.
And she is a senator passionate about democracy, and he flat out tells her that there should be a dictator, and then he goes and murders children.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
That didn't work. Oh.
Who would have thought?
there's
that this
moments here
would
where the
end
story
well?
could have gone so differently. Like when Anakin meets with Yoda and Yoda tells him to let go of what he fears to lose. But Yoda's basically like, yeah, just don't worry about your wife dying, you know?
Oh,
Like, that's not
yeah.
good advice. That's not going to work.
But Yoda doesn't know he's saying that. That's
Yeah.
the thing.
True.
Because he's blocked, he doesn't actually know that that's what he's saying to him.
Right.
I honestly wanted more from that scene because I just thought the intimacy. What is more beautiful than seeing the intimacy of like the Jedi way? Like just the fact that he gets to have a one-on-one with Yoda at all. Like that, I'm like, whoa, that's something that they do. Like that's just so cool that he's seeking out wisdom, and I love seeing his conflict. Like you can see that Anakin has so much conflict within himself, and he's going to seek help. Like that, I think is really powerful. That he chooses to go seek help from literally the highest ranking and but the person who's the most wise. I think that's just really admirable in his character. But the scene, I feel like, it could have been more full. And it also shows how well that Sidious is blocking even Yoda. Because Sidious knew, we'll find later, that he just reads Anakin like a book. He's like, I know exactly what your secret is. I'm going to tell it to your face. And I know what you want. But Yoda doesn't even know the context of why he's even coming to him. Yeah. And that's what I think is weird. It's like, I feel like Yoda is a bit more hands-off, but it was really hands-off. I'm like, Yoda, don't you want to know why he's asking you this? Don't you want to know why he's so conflicted? Like, we're in the middle of a war. If you can't focus, you are investing in feelings that lead you to the dark side. I need to know because we're trying to win this war. I don't got time for you being all in your feelings and being emo over here. Like, I just felt like the lack of like interest from Yoda was a little bit strange to me.
Yeah.
But also, like, you know, the way that the story furthers, it just kind of further shows how disconnected the Jedi are and how they really, even though, you know, supposedly Anakin's the chosen one, they really aren't like including him and regarding him, I think, as carefully as they should be.
I know.
And I think they're assuming a lot. Yeah, it's going to be fine. Like, he's the chosen one. That'll happen at some point. Like, we'll let him into the council, but we won't make him a master. Like, I feel like they're being careless with not really recognizing the warning signs.
I totally agree. And they talk about it a little bit when they talk about the prophecy. It's like, should we be looking closer at Anakin? And like, well, maybe we misread the prophecy. It's a great scene, but it's like, why are you not more worried about this? And in the Clone Wars, we even see, you know, that Yoda kind of has visions of the whole Jedi Order being destroyed. It's interesting. It's like they almost surrender themselves to the future instead of trying to shape the future. And I wonder if there's like a element of passiveness in the way that they approach the Force that was part of their undoing. It's interesting.
I completely agree with that.
The Sith Lords spend all of their time constructing the reality in which everyone is living.
Yeah, that's such a good point.
Does Star Sidious, does he know that Anakin is having these visions, or is he putting those visions in Anakin's head?
I was literally going to ask that question. What do you guys think?
I
think
because he has the carrot of those power. He's like knows to dangle the powers of like, you can stop someone from dying.
Yeah, you're right.
That's actually a really, really, really good point.
Oh, you're right.
I wouldn't put it past him that he would plant the nightmare in his mind. Because, like, I mean, if we think about what's possible in the Force, and we look at Episode 8, like the Force time between Rey and Kylo Ren,
Force time,
like that was manipulated.
In the Skywalkers, like, right? He's like, I was like every voice in your head that you've ever heard,
right,
has actually been me the whole time,
right?
Well, yeah, because when he's talking about, when he's talking about, I can bring people, even prevent death. Anakin hasn't told him yet about his dream, right? At least that we know of on screen. Yeah, I didn't think about that. I hadn't really thought about that. I just thought of it as like a dream.
Really?
That's the one thing that's gonna.
Yeah, no, totally.
Get him a turn.
He finds.
Well, I mean, my assumption was always that, you know, because Lord Sidious really is the puppet master of this whole thing, he's so strong with the Force. Anakin's wearing all his emotions on his sleeve, and all those issues are pressing right in the center of his mind. anyone who's a strong force wielder wouldn't have to work too hard to figure out what he's worried about. You know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah,
he didn't have to play out.
Just talked to Yoda. He just talked to Yoda, and Yoda couldn't figure it out. But Darth Sidious knows that what's going on because he's pulling all the strings.
Exactly. So, like, I think it's totally possible that he could have planted the nightmare, but he also doesn't. I don't think he had to work that hard with somebody that emo. I just think, and they're not. The secret is not being kept well, y'all.
Yeah.
It really isn't. Like, we are not being that sneaky.
And like later when he's like about to die and he's like force lightning himself and fighting Mace Windu, I'm pretty sure he goes like, "You won't be able to save Padme if I'm dead." Like,
right.
The whole
yeah,
time.
I can say. I think he says I
thread
can save the one you
That's the thread
love.
he's pulling.
But yeah.
Yeah, that's the thread he's pulling the whole time to unravel.
I mean, Yoda.
Like, Sidious also knows how afraid he is of loss because of he knows about
his mother. He knows about his mother. Yeah.
We know that's already an opening for him to manipulate him. Okay?
And that's a good transition into the opera scene, because this is where Palpatine kind of lays it all out for Anakin. It's like the dark side of the Force opens up these powers that the Jedi consider unnatural, and one of them is preventing death or maybe reversing death. It's hard to tell what he's alluding to, but also, I mean, maybe that scene is also our clue as to how he came back in Episode 9, but we don't have time for that right now. But the opera scene, I feel like, is really, really, really excellent. It's like beautifully done, incredibly well acted, and it's definitely the best dialogue of the whole prequel trilogy for sure. I mean, the whole story of Darth Plagueis the Wise and planting all these things in Anakin's mind. I just love it. What do you think, Ryan?
Oh,
This scene and the scene where he like basically is like, do the dark side. I do the dark side. It is like a kind of fun sort of slow seduction where he's like dropping little hints and like not quite saying that he's bad, but like, have you heard about the dark side?
Breadcrumbs.
I've heard about it. Like, what do you think about it? I don't know. Is it crazy?
Ryan, you're giving me life right now. This is the sexiest scene in the whole movie, y'all. Because Ian McDiarmid is just showing off. Like, he is showing off. Mm-hmm. The thing, there is a certain ridiculousness or ridiculosity to the way that the script is written. Like, the dialogue is not great. So I feel like as a great actor, he's spinning this. He's able to embellish these lines in a way that is still like in line with his character, but also is a little bit extra. Like, he is so extra. Like, I literally wrote a note to remind myself of how he delivered this line when he transitions to the story of Darth Plagueis. He literally goes, "You over here?" Like, he does. He literally like does that inflection, and so he's like, "You over here, the legend of Darth Plagueis the Wise." Like, he literally says it like that.
Yeah.
I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, I don't think any other movie you can get away with that. Like, you're overacting, sir. Please find another choice. You are overacting. Please do something else. But like, this is fucking Star Wars. You over here? Like, I was like, oh god. Like, all right, milk it, honey. Seduce him. Get in his business. Like, it was just like so obvious. I'm like, it's the best scene in the movie to me.
Oh yeah.
And like, it brings the whole section up for me. Like,
he asks his friends to leave. Could you just give us a minute?
Can you just like, give us a moment? Leave us.
That was a power move.
You said nothing, and like, you're looking fierce with your baldness and your outfit, but just leave. I don't care if you get to see the rest of the show. Go watch it from some other booth.
I know, like, where do they go? Like, just leave. And
aren't you here for a show?
The tapeworms are about to spin again. One of my favorite parts of the scene is when he's describing, of course, about Darth Plagueis and talking about how, and then how, well, he taught, his apprentice, and then of course his apprentice killed him, and it just like pans up on his face, and he does really good face at it without saying anything. I'm like, oh, I can see him remembering this and he's enjoying, like there's just this like subtle glee in his eyes as he talks about his apprentice killing him, and you're just like, oh yeah, no, that was you, and you're remembering it right now, and you're getting off on this, like you're real excited about it.
I agree with that 1,000%. I feel like that is in the movie, that he is remembering that. And when he says like,
that's what I thought.
Yeah, I think that's how I've always read it. And when he says like, use the midichlorians to create life, I feel like he's referring to Anakin himself, you know, that Darth Plagueis was working on this project to create the ultimate apprentice, and then Sidious killed him to take the apprentice for himself. Yeah, which is Anakin.
I thought that was pretty clear. I mean, it's not stated. I don't know when, like, I haven't looked that up in terms of if that's canon. That is absolutely what happened, but that's how I 100% read that scene.
That's definitely been made explicit in the Disney canon. So basically, like, Palpatine is Vader's father in a way, and like fixing the sin of the virgin birth from Phantom Menace. Like, this scene isn't just the best scene of this movie, it's like fixing Phantom Menace. It's that good. So yeah, I love it. Ian McDermott's performance in this scene is so good. And it's that moment where he's remembering that. You see in his eyes that like this is his memory. It's so good.
It's a perfect expression on his face of like menace, but like enjoyment and like pondering, you know. It's like he's remembering like a fun vacation or something, but it's him murdering. I like it. And I do like the opera. Like, I make fun of it because I like this time when I watched it, I was trying to just very much like pay attention to what's going on in the show and just like figure it out. Like, what are they doing? And like, they do seem to just be these like little like tapeworm things that jump from bubble, and then everyone claps because they went to a different bubble. And I'm like trying to get the choreography of it, and I can't. But I do like the whole. I love everyone dressed up, and the like. I love it, but I just.
It's like, what did they do different?
I meant to Google that too.
What did they do that made people clap in that moment?
It made people applause. I know.
Yeah, it's impossible to know.
Like, so they just like jumped to another bubble, or they just like spun around again.
What did they do different?
But why'd you clap for that spin and not that one? I feel like they're just doing the same stuff the whole time. They're just like fish swimming in a bowl, but every now and then everyone like applauds, and I'm like, I can't figure it out. I meant to Google that. But I like the creativity.
I feel like it's a overly priced fancy circus. It doesn't feel like, and like they're in it looks like an opera, the whole opera feel of the space and like the way they dress up like that. Even that moment when they're walking up the steps to get into the space,
I love
it feels like, oh, these are the elite of Coruscant that get to enjoy a night of, I don't know, maybe they're high. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe there's something that they take before the show that actually makes it better than what we're seeing because we're not high with them, or we didn't get a little extra, the care package that comes with the show to enjoy it fully.
Yeah.
We didn't get that. Maybe we can't see what they're seeing at all.
Because there's not even really music. It's just kind of like,
at the beginning of the show, there's like,
thing?
Everyone look under your seat. There's a packet of spice just for you.
Resist. How did he resist the urge to make a annoying spectacle out of whatever that was going on the stage there?
Okay, Adam says that was Squid Lake performed by a Mon Calamari troupe, and then Justin called it Sith du Soleil.
No, it's not.
Sith du Soleil.
That's fantastic.
Okay, I'm in love now. That's so good. Sith du
That's
Soleil.
awesome.
Okay, well let's rate this section. So the different questions to rate in this section. How do you rate the return to Coruscant, which is everything in this section we talked about except for the opera scene? So Padme is pregnant, the Jedi meetings, Anakin on the council, all that stuff we talked about except for the opera scene. And then we're going to rate the opera scene separately because I feel like that really needs its own rating. So the return to Coruscant, I am disturbed by the undercharacterization of Padme. I feel like that is a big problem. But the rest of it I really enjoy. I feel like it's pretty well written. It could be better. There could be this whole movie could definitely have a better build up towards Anakin turning dark, but I feel like it's pretty good. So I'm going to give it, I enjoy this part of the movie. I'm going to give it a 7. And then the opera scene, 10 out of 10. Best scene in the whole prequel trilogy. One of the better scenes in all of Star Wars, in my opinion. Fantastic. B, what do you think?
I'm very similar. I did an 8 for that first chunk, the part 2, just because there's so much of it that I like. I took 2 points away just for everything with Padme, every interaction with her.
Yeah.
Just that, literally, that's it. And then 10 out of 10 for sure for the opera scene.
What about you, Jenny?
7, because taking away points definitely for the I love you. No, I love you. You're beautiful because I love you. And also, like, I don't know. I sort of have some issues with Anakin. I don't really know how to articulate them yet, so I don't know if it's worth saying. I don't know. It's a 7. Maybe I'll find my words later as we talk about it.
I'm curious now.
And then, I'm trying to articulate. Like, there's just something like just doesn't sit right with me. Like the way he talks to. I get it. I get where we're trying to get his character to, but like the way he talks with Obi-Wan, and Obi-Wan's like, it's a great honor, and then he pouts and gets mad because he's not a master, but he says at first, when they first say like, this is weird that Palpatine is letting you do this. He says, I understand. Like, oh no, I get it. And then he gets all mad about it. But like you said, you understand. I don't know. I just don't think I just can imagine it being so much better, basically.
Yeah.
Anyways, whatever.
That's totally fair
7.
for sure.
Yeah, And but opera scene a 10. I mean, I can't find any problems with that. I loved it. It was beautiful.
And Ryan, how about you?
I think all those bits are. Every little bit is like pushing him away from the Jedis and towards like Palpatine, and it doesn't always make sense. There's parts where he's arrogant and like, but it is because he wants too much power. He wants more power. He shouldn't have it. I gave it a 5. That part I don't like. Yeah, no one says I'm beautiful because I'm in love. Although she is beautiful, and I think that like I get why he did it, because like you can't fault him for like loving his like beautiful pregnant wife and like wanting her to not die. But then he does get so mad, and it turns out to be when he thinks, I think at the end, when he thinks that she's like, you're boinking Obi-Wan and you're after me, and he does immediately choke her. So I think that his love is a dangerous, possessive love, and it has more about him being powerful and having things. And I think he's a dangerous bad boy the whole time. And I wish that Padme had never met him, and I wish that they had given her a lot more to do in these movies, because she seems capable. There's times where she's fighting, there's times where she's flying, and now she just gets to sit in an apartment, and essentially she is watching the movie with us the whole time.
Yeah.
That she's just like at a window.
Totally.
Like, I think there's a fire over there. Like, I don't get to be any of these places. I used to be queen around here.
Seriously, she looks out the window and she cries. Like, that's all she does.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
And like, did you not have a job anymore? Like, you said you might lose your job for being pregnant, but don't you still have that job?
I mean, clearly
you got nothing to do but look out windows and cry.
Yeah.
And he's capable. He wrote Princess Leia in the original trilogy, like, has equal stakes the whole time. And even though she's not like flying to Dagobah, she's like, I'm a general in the army. I'm like giving command. I'm like running shit around here. They give her like, they could have done that with Padme. Oh yeah, they don't.
She has no wit. Like, that's the thing I was missing, is that even if she is stuck in an apartment, she had not really she had no real thoughts of her own. Like, she's a politician. I feel like she had so many, like, she will have a line in this movie that's probably one of my favorite lines in all of Star Wars. But when they were talking about, like, do you think we're on the right side? And, just hold me like you did. I'm like, bitch, you have so many more opinions in that brain. Like, I feel like progressively as the movies went on, the prequels went on, they just stripped her of her intellect. I was like, where's that tenacious queen that had opinions and passion and like would I feel like defend her own position. She basically just defaults to whatever he feels every time.
Yeah.
In the episode 1, she's like, I don't think that the queen would like that when she's like pretending to be Padme. And he's like, haha, the queen's not here, even though I know that you're the queen, kind of, because I'm Qui-Gon Jinn. Yeah, and she gets,
Yeah.
She doesn't even get to have a
right.
scene where she's not with Anakin, right? Or with somebody. I
No.
don't know.
Well,
You can't do anything by yourself.
Well, with she has some with Obi-Wan, but they're
Okay,
talking
yeah.
about Anakin the whole time. So
Yes, done past the
blood,
exactly.
Bechtel, whatever.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Exactly.
No,
It's
this
not two
movie is
women,
pretty
it's only
far.
one woman.
But it's about what they're talking about though. Like you can have 2 women in the scene, but what are they talking about?
Yes.
A man. They're either fighting about one or they're dreaming about one or they're wanting one. It's like, dear Jesus, we can't write anything else.
Ryan, did you put your votes in?
Hang on. Did I press submit?
Also, I gotta run. I need to go pee real quick.
Okay, well let's we can take a quick break. Let's
Okay.
yeah, go for it, Jenny, and then we'll take a break while you're gone. And we're just gonna we're just gonna take a look at this the voting before we take a quick break here.
Hang on, I'm looking and I don't know what happened to. I thought I had voted, but then
Oh, yours is not in
I've
yet?
lost
Okay,
the
we'll wait for
screen.
you.
I've lost the screen on my phone. Why does everything have to close every 2 seconds? My phone.
She has 3PO with her constantly, except in the scene with the Senate at the end. Yeah, and he's so shiny.
Yeah, I like the opera scene's good. I like the opera scene. I think I gave that like an 8 or something.
Yeah, Adam, we need one.
There you go. I submitted my.
There it is. I see it.
Thank you
Okay,
for
great.
waiting.
Pulling up the spreadsheet. So yeah, the opera scene is definitely liked more. Someone gave the opera scene a 4. Someone does not like it. I'm curious who that is. But most everyone else gave the opera scene 9s or 10s. Okay, and the average for this section of the movie is a 7.3. That feels just about right for me, because I feel like the opera scene is like a 10. Okay.
Agreed, that feels right.
Yeah. All right, well, let's take a quick break, and then we will be back in just a few minutes. We got a lot of movies still to go through. We'll have to pick up the pace a little bit. We're going to make it. All right, folks, we'll be right back. All right, we are back, my friends. Okay, so we just rated section 2. It got a 7.3. Our overall rating is hovering at a 7.7 right now, so pretty high. So let's try to pick up the pace a little bit. This next section, a lot less. Well, the next section, some very important stuff happens, but I feel like it's going to be a little bit easier to talk through it. So section 3 is Obi-Wan and Yoda's battles. Yoda arrives to lead the battle on Kashyyyk, so we get to talk about some Wookiee action. Anakin and Obi-Wan say goodbye. This is the last time they part on good terms. Obi-Wan heads to Utapau, meets the tall, stripy dudes. He rides a lizard. He attacks Grievous. We have the classic hello there. The clones arrive. Grievous rides a hamster wheel, and then we have a hamster wheel versus a lizard battle. This is the final fight between Obi-Wan and Grievous. Obi-Wan roasts his fleshy bits. And is that a design flaw? Yeah, so let's start with Yoda on Kashyyyk. This is our first look at the Wookiee homeworld. And Chewbacca's there, and for some reason, he looks exactly the same. If not, he looks older. Maybe that's just me. What do we think about our journey to Kashyyyk? Let's start with Ryan.
It's one of my favorite maps from the classic Battlefront game. The beach at Kashyyyk. It's a good one. I don't know. You don't see much of it. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean,
I like seeing Wookiees. I like a beach fight. I really have spent more time in a video game in that place than I spent in this scene.
Yeah. Well, that is legit.
I do like seeing. I like seeing the different battles going on around the war are fun. I like seeing Yoda when he's commanding troops. I feel like it makes a lot of sense, even though he's so small. And I really like this level from it was like Battlefront 2, I think, the first Battlefront 2. Not
why do Wookiees make the Tarzan cry? It drives me absolutely crazy.
It's a little joke. It's a little sound editor joke.
I hate it.
Like the Willem scream.
I really don't like it. What about B and Jenny? Do you guys have strong feelings about Kashyyyk?
You can go first.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, I think this was another thing that I didn't really like in the theaters. It just felt like another one of those moments. As much as I love Chewbacca, it's a freaking big universe, and there are probably millions of Wookiees, and that he just has to be there is just a little bit shoehorning him in just to have
That's all they do with these movies, though.
But yeah, but I love Chewie, and it's kind of fun seeing him. I did like Kashyyyk. I thought it was really cool seeing that planet. I like it. I like that battle. It's probably one of my favorite. I mean, in my head, I'm kind of comparing it to the battle in Phantom Menace on the hills on Naboo. Like, I like this one so much better. I like the little creepy, like, spider droid thing coming out of the water with the red eyes. And, like, I don't like the Tarzan noise, but I do like the Wookiees kind of swinging. And I think it's a beautiful planet. I like seeing the whole, I don't know, a pod of Wookiees. I don't know. I'm sure somewhere on Wikipedia there's a name for what you call a group of Wookiees. So yeah, I liked it. You know, not my favorite, but I love it. But I like it.
What about you, B?
Well, I loved being on Kashyyyk. What I loved about this section was just kind of the rapport and like some of the there was a lot of like what was the word I used? Formalities and respect among different species that I really loved. Like that's kind of what I like about this film, or this moment in the film, when Obi-Wan gets to Utapau and he greets the stripy dude. Like they bow to each other.
Yeah.
Like they're very respectful. He very like tactfully asks him, "So what the hell's actually going on? Like, what's going down?" And he's like, "We're being held hostage." Like, and he's like, "Tell your people to like take cover," and like, you know. I just felt like it was so beautifully handled, and like they bow to each other. I'm like, these are the beautiful formalities that I like to see, that Obi-Wan is representing the Republic in the best possible way. When they decide who's gonna go there, and Anakin's like, it should be me because my daddy said I should do it. My daddy believes in me. I should be the one to do it. And they're like, someone who's more experienced should go, and obviously they were right. He knew how to address and respect that particular people on that planet, like how they do exchanges. So I love seeing that. And I love that Yoda was the one to go to Kashyyyk because he said, I have a good relationship with the Wookiees. Again, a smart move. And there is like a silent rapport and respect between species. Like that made me want to know, like whatever Yoda's species is called, I want to know about the history of those two species over the years. Like, oh, what has been the history between Wookiees and Yoda's people? Like, is there some kind of cool connection that I don't know about? But like, there just seemed to be at ease in the midst of all the craziness of the end of the war. There was a nice ease between them that I liked seeing, like these different relationships and like just the rapport. The only other two notes I put for this section was with Grievous. I loved getting that awkward close up of him and like seeing the flesh of his eyes and like the gunk in his eyes. Like, there's sleep in there. Yep, thank you. You've reminded me that. Well, that's flesh. Thanks. I remember. And then Obi-Wan does this kind of cute, awkward fighting stance where he's like,
Oh, I love that.
I'm like, I kind of like it, but I'm kind of like, did anybody help you with that?
Pointing stance?
Yes, exactly. I'm coming for you. I pity the fool. We're coming. But like,
it's sick. It looks good.
Part of me's like, you look a little sloppy, but it's fine. Like, if you're Obi-Wan, it's cool. Like, it just looked like, are you really holding that lightsaber in the right way for this fight? But like, it ends up being fine. So like, those were the two things that like kind of made me smile. Was the fleshiness, the awkward close-up of Grievous's face, and then just how he dies. Is this where he dies as well? Yeah, it's like this, like basically being toasted, like yep, design flaw for real. It's like the most important part of you is not being. He just basically cracked it open.
It's like putting metal in a microwave.
Yep, it's like easy.
Are we talking about when he fights and kills Grievous?
Yes.
Yeah.
That part's pretty good. I like that part's cool.
Justin was saying, didn't they do the same Tarzan joke in Return of the Jedi? Which is true. Chewie does do that Tarzan yell in Return of the Jedi, which I hated it there too. But having a whole planet full of people doing it, it's like you've gone too far. It was already bad, and now you've gone too far.
Or is it just Chewbacca doing it again, or is it like a bunch of them?
I think it's not Chewbacca Chewie who does it in this movie. Yeah, I mean, like I've read a ton of expanded universe. I'd read about Kashyyyk a lot, and this looked like pretty much how I expected it to. Like seeing these giant trees that the Wookiees live in, super cool. I love that. But this is like really, really CGI heavy. I know that they shot a lot of real Wookiees and like layered them in, like Wookiees on a soundstage, but it just looks so fake. Like the whole battle on Kashyyyk for me is a real low point for the CGI in the movie. There's a shot after Order 66 where there's like an AT-ST chicken walker with a light shining on it trying to find Jedi on the Wookiee planet, and it's like the fakest looking shot in the whole prequel trilogy. It looks so fake. So that it annoys me a little bit, but I do like seeing the planet. It's a little, I mean, as someone who really wanted to see Kashyyyk, for me, it was just a little underwhelming as far as what they showed us, but I'm really glad they did it, and I'm glad we got to see that. The whole Chewbacca being in this movie thing, like, it's really hard for me to believe that. I struggle with my suspension of disbelief on that one, but it happened, so I accept it.
Well, it also feels like then he would have, maybe not. Maybe, I don't know how much Yoda shared with him, but then again, just, I know they didn't know what they were doing when they first did the original, but then it just feels weird, the whole ride with Obi-Wan Kenobi talking about, I'm sure he's talking about mentioning maybe the Clone Wars, the Jedi, the lightsaber training, and not once being like, oh yeah, did you know Yoda? Like, I was really good friends with this Jedi.
Right.
You know, he's sitting in the Millennium Falcon while he's training him with the lightsaber. And for Chewie to have no mention that he was in the Clone Wars.
Right. And R2-D2 spends a lot of time with Obi-Wan Kenobi in this movie, and the fact that he doesn't remember him later in life is heartbreaking. But I do feel like George Lucas really tried to tie the movies together because it's such a different story, and all the characters are different, all the actors are different. He wanted it to have some sort of DNA with the original trilogy, and these are the things he chose. And you know what? That's it.
Anakin could have had his own life that wasn't like stitched together with like his son's like later adventures.
Right.
It doesn't make sense as a whole. I hate it. I can like appreciate it now that it's the Star Wars that I have to live with. But every time, every moment of that is just I don't know. It's cringy and it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make the world feel real.
If they had done it in reverse order, like if they had, sorry, talking over you.
No, you're fine. I was pretty much done.
I was just gonna say, if they had like actually made them episode 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, if they'd made them in that order, and you've been able to tie these narrative threads together, like Obi-Wan would have remembered the droids, R2 would have had something to say. It's like very retcon-y, you know, like they've retconned the Star Wars trilogy by making these prequels, and everyone's fear going into it was like, oh, it's not going to match up with the originals, and it doesn't. You know, it really doesn't, and it's taken a lot of expanded universe chicanery to make it make sense. But there's still things that will just never quite sit right, and we just kind of have to accept them. But like, there is a story there that could make sense. You know, like if R2-D2, who obviously has feelings, they never talk about it, but the droids obviously have feelings in Star Wars. If R2-D2 had wanted to look after Luke because he felt like he'd failed his father, that would be amazing if that's why R2 was like still around. And maybe that is what it is, and we just have to kind of read into it that way. But it definitely was like retroactive, you know, like George Lucas thought of it later. He didn't think of those characters being there until later. It was like, how can I fit these characters in? It was not, these characters are supposed to be there.
Yeah. Why? I guess Star Wars did a grace
movie,
because of that.
They say, oh, we gotta hide the kid. Where do we send him? We'll send him to live with his family on Tatooine. Well, they just said they were gonna hide him.
You know, that used to bother me, but like, Darth Vader is never going back to that homestead on Tatooine. That might be the one place in the universe he will never go.
He hates sand. There's sand everywhere.
There's sand everywhere.
Like his biggest phobia. So maybe that's.
He can't sand. Okay, that's hilarious.
He's never going back there. I actually think that hiding Luke there might actually be smarter than it appears, because like once he's turned, that's the last place he wants to go. Any tie to his old life, he's gonna avoid like the plague. Hey, what's up, Patrick? Good to see you.
Yeah. One thing I kind of wonder if they're gonna. Okay, so I was saying before this, like I did kind of I got into like a Wikipedia rabbit hole on lightsaber fighting styles because I wanted to know why Obi-Wan does the like thing. And I have a lot to say about it, but one of the things I read in the Wikipedia, though, because it's a long thread talking about his whole training, his lightsaber style, how he adapted different styles and everything. And then it talks about the battle with Darth Vader on the Death Star and how one of the reasons he sacrificed himself, but why he was like so rusty is it says in the canon that he only had one lightsaber. Like the lightsaber battle with Darth Maul is the only time he had picked up a lightsaber the entire time between after the war and current events. Like the whole time he was on Tatooine, he only has that one lightsaber. And now I'm like thinking, like, with the whole Obi-Wan Kenobi show taking place during this time period, are they gonna go in there and like tinker with that? Like, I can't imagine them doing this entire show about Obi-Wan and not having him have any lightsaber battles.
They will. They'll tinker with it because they've already tinkered with Ahsoka's canon. Because like some of what we see in the Clone Wars final arc was written about in the Ahsoka novel, and they changed it. You know, so if it's like close enough to not be like upset about, but. And honestly, you shouldn't be upset anyway because it's a TV show and a movie and a story and a book and stuff. I know. But like, I feel this stuff like it's real. But you know, we always have to remind ourselves like this is for entertainment purposes only. But
but it wasn't meticulously planned out the way like the Marvel universe is like pretty tight. Like it's tough to find inconsistency in Marvel.
Comic books they'll kill someone and bring them back, and then start like a whole new series that's got nothing to do with the next. And you know, we sort of don't give Star Wars the kind of leeway, or at least I sometimes don't give it the leeway that I probably should.
Yeah,
a really good point, because comics do whatever the hell they want, just like that.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a multiverse.
Yeah.
I wanted to put like one little thought in that's not super important, but just to get it out of my head. As far as like Chewbacca being in this movie at all, it just, for me, I think it just the way I'm allowed to suspend my disbelief is to just think about how populated Kashyyyk actually is. Like how many Wookiees are there actually on that planet? So if there's not that many of them, he gonna show up, especially if he's gonna fight. He's not just a civilian Wookiee that wasn't involved in any kind of battle. But like, that's my thought is like, well, if there's only a certain amount of Wookiees on this planet, then we're gonna run into him somehow. But again, it is weird.
Well, yeah, in Star Wars, you never really experience a planet as a whole. It's always just like the one city that you go to that represents the whole planet. You know, it's
right.
And kind of in the way where one season or like a environmental element will be the whole planet. It's a cloud planet with one city. It's an ice planet with one base we're going to.
Get a couple cities.
It's a city planet, but we're only going to go to the Jedi Temple and the Senate room and Padme's apartment. That's it. And the diner.
And yeah, Adam, that's another good point. Adam mentions Chewie is like, at this point, he's like 200 years old in this movie. Because like in the recent trilogy, he's like 230. So, well, he's like close to 200. Because in the Han Solo movie, he was around 200, wasn't he?
200 in A New Hope, but maybe I was wrong about that.
So yeah, he's like 180, 170. He's, much older than human would be, but like a young man in Wookiee years, I think. Yeah.
Do we know the lifespan of Wookiees? Is it similar to Yoda?
I don't think
like 900 or
I don't know if we know that, but just based off of how he looks, we've seen old Wookiees celebrate Life Day. So
yeah. God. Oh yeah, I guess we technically saw Kashyyyk in the holiday special.
But we will not speak of this. Okay, we gotta keep this thing moving. What about the Grievous fight? I feel like the Grievous fight has a lot of the most iconic moments of the whole movie. Like the hello there is so iconic. General Kenobi and like all the lightsabers coming out, super iconic. Whatever that creature is that Obi-Wan is riding around on Utapau, that creature is amazing. That's one of my favorite CG creatures in the prequels. I just feel like this whole sequence is like really bright and colorful and exciting. There's a lot of like, oh my god, there's a million battle droids because it's the prequels and it's CG and that gets annoying. But Obi-Wan is at like full peak charm in this scene, just like really carries it through. I do question General Grievous's makeup. Like you shoot him in one place and he just explodes and he's dead. That definitely seems like a design flaw. Like why doesn't he have shields on his heart? He
pried open that like chest part. He pried it open with his hands with his Jedi powers.
Oh, it's called
with those hands that can hold the cable. He pulls it apart.
Yeah. Obi-Wan like opens it up a little bit. And I love that he uses a blaster and he's like so uncivilized. That's just like classic Obi-Wan. I love that.
He goes, ew.
Yeah.
One hands that can do
like MacGyver. He doesn't like guns. Those Obi-Wan hands.
I'm never gonna forget that.
So many good moments. This was probably my favorite. This might have been one of my favorite parts of I just love everything about I think the creature is really cool. My only thing with it, I was just like, so he's trying to like sneak in quietly. So he's gonna choose this thing that was like makes the loudest noise ever, echoing all of it. Like that's the only thing that like bothers me. Like pick a quieter animal. But he is cool, and he does kind of calm him a bit, and like this is like
he's
peak.
good at getting up in the roof of a place. Yeah. He's always peering down at things that the bad guys are doing.
But I love it's like peak Obi-Wan. Like I love that like he's like hiding, and then you can kind of see he like kind of assesses the situation. He's got his like, and I love hooded Obi-Wan. I have a thing, you guys. I'm sorry. I'm like, I was like watching this, and I'm just like, maybe I've been single too long, but I'm like, I was having like a moment with Obi-Wan. Sorry. Which I have a kind of funny story.
He's very attractive. That is a fair thing.
He's like, I never
he's gorgeous.
Before, so I don't know if I just never like
thought of him this way, but it's just, again, I think I've been single too long. But anyway,
he is why people started wearing beards more, because he looks so good with that beard.
I think it's because when I saw I was like in my teens and 20s, so I was into the like Leonardo DiCaprio, like clean cut, boyish, like floppy hair. Now that I'm in my 30s, I'm like, yeah, the beard, like.
Oh yeah.
But I love that like he like assesses the situation and is just like, fuck it, like he just jumps in the middle of like I just love that like. That confidence that Obi-Wan has, and then of course the like hello there, and he just kind of but I did want to say just real quick too, because I was when I was going down the Wikipedia rabbit hole with the lightsaber fighting styles, so this like move that he does is like a traditional part of, so there's 7 Jedi lightsaber fighting styles, and this is style number 3, and it was developed around the same time that blasters were invented. So it was developed to combat blaster fire. So it's called Soroshu or so. I'm gonna have to look that up again. Soresu or something like that.
Yeah, Adam just said that in the chat. Soresu.
Yes, Soresu, and it is it sort of became like the ultimate like Jedi defensive style. So it's all about like defense, like moving the blade in a very efficient way that gives you enough momentum so you hold your energy and be really efficient with like blocking, but it's a completely defensive style. It's not its weaknesses, it's not designed to be aggressively offensive, because your whole goal is to tire out the enemy and then take advantage when they start making mistakes. And it's again kind of fits in with the Jedi's idea of like defense, not aggression.
I love that.
And so I love that. Like, you see him doing it, and also the way they move with the blaster fire. It was talking about after, so Obi-Wan becomes a master of like, this is his deal, his style. He's known as one of the masters of this particular style. But after Qui-Gon is killed by that move with Darth Maul, he sees flaws in this style, so he learns an additional style that maybe Adam probably knows, called Aturu or something. It starts with an A. That's has a little more offense that he kind of mixes in because of watching Qui-Gon's failure and being killed. He tries to make up for that and become a little more offensive. So I just thought that was really, but like it has to do like that move is very or whatever typical of this style, and it makes him almost impervious to blaster fire. So it's considered like a very pragmatic, like practical fighting style. And that might have been too why he's not quite as effective against Dooku, because maybe Dooku's using like a more aggressive style that he's not, even though he's increased that, and yet Anakin maybe coming in with some of his anger issues and stuff is kind of, that's maybe why Anakin's more suited, where Obi-Wan is still kind of, I don't know. Anyways.
And Obi-Wan and Anakin's styles are bound to be near identical, which when they fight, it is like identical. Yeah. That's awesome, Jenny. Good work on your research. Hey, what's up, Adam? We're literally talking about that scene right now.
I wonder if fighting someone with multiple blades is something that maybe he like practiced too, because he's
very
different. 4 lightsabers, but he's like,
It did talk about that in the description. It mentions this fight specifically, and he is like, you can kind of see him like assessing Grievous, and he does. I can't quite remember because I was reading it late last night. It was really long, but it does mention it is part of that move. He does something to like clip the lightsabers by his. It does have to do with why he defeated.
Takes out like 2 of them like almost right away.
That's
pretty cool.
Adam says that in the novelization, they say that like that's why Kenobi was assigned to fight Grievous, is because he's the master of Form 3. That's super cool. I love that kind of stuff, and like I want to live in a world where all of that is predetermined before they film the movie, and I'm sure that it's not. I'm sure it's just like, this looks cool, let's do that, and then like someone comes up with a reason after the fact. But I want to live in a world where there's that much thought and detail put into these types of world building situations. Okay, let's vote on these sections. So you can tell us your votes and tell us your last thoughts if we missed anything on either of these sections. So we have 2 things to vote on here. How do you rate the Battle of Kashyyyk? And how do you rate the Battle of Utapau, including Kenobi's fight with Grievous? So, B, let's start with you.
Cool. But I think I give this a 7. I think that feels right. I don't have a ton of reasons why to explain it. I just feel that. That's what I feel.
Nice.
Go with your heart.
And I did drop the link in chat if our viewers want to vote as well. Go for it. Sorry, B, go ahead.
How do I read this? Oh no, it's all good. I really like this section, so I'm gonna give it an 8. I feel like tonally, it's not super exciting. Like even though I like the fight, I feel like it's a point in the movie where it's kind of like, okay, this has to happen. But there's some really fun dialogue and moments, everything that Jenny was geeking out about, because it's totally valid. all the lovely Ewan McGregor isms. Like that's why we love Ewan McGregor. Thank you very much. But yeah, it's not my favorite part of the film. So I'm like, it's not like it's a 10. So I was like, I think a 7 and an 8 is good for me.
Nice. How about you, Jenny?
Yeah, I give the Kashyyyk an 8. I liked it. I don't know. That's funny that you said I didn't find. I mean, I tend to have a problem with too much CGI too, but I liked Kashyyyk. I thought it was cool. And I gave it 10. I gave a 10 to the Utapau. I liked everything in that scene, all of it. So nice. I gave it 10.
Awesome.
I'm going for it.
And Ryan?
I gave Kashyyyk. I think I gave it a 7. Should have gave it an 8. I should give it another point for being my favorite map from Battlefront. That's a fun. You can sit back up in the trees and you can snipe from way far. They come across the water. You can get right up in the beach, and that's a pretty good. It's a pretty good spot to fight. That's a good game. I gave that 7. I gave 9 to Grievous. I like Grievous. I like his weird car that he drives. That's a wheel that has legs sometimes if it needs it. And that he controls with like his one little hand on like a little pink pad. That's a sick vehicle. I like that vehicle. And I think it matches up well with that lizard, which is like one of the cooler animals that's ridden, I think, since the Tauntaun. Right behind Tauntaun is the coolest mount in Star Wars, maybe. I don't know. Maybe ahead. Yeah, that's my thoughts.
I'm with you. I'd say it's cooler than the Tauntaun. Adam gave us the name. Let me scroll up and find it. Boga the Varactyl, which is exactly what that creature should be named. So good.
The Varactyl.
Okay. And Ryan, did you give us both of your ratings?
It was a 7 and a 9, and I did submit them.
Kashyyyk, I really love seeing the planet. I don't like a lot of the droid CGI in this section. I hate the Tarzan yell. I want to rate this higher, but it's just something about it bothers me. And like Chewie being there, I find slightly bizarre. So I'm going to give it a 5. I feel bad about that, but I'm giving that section a 5. I really like Utapau. I mean, this is like Ewan McGregor at his absolute best as Obi-Wan Kenobi. There's a lot of the CGI stuff that I don't need, like, you know, rolling around on the hamster wheel and like rolling off of the ledges and like jumping all over each other. It gets a little silly, but there's really, really great moments in that fight. Like, you know, Obi-Wan, like with his like getting ready to battle thing is classic. I'm going to give that section an 8. I really like that section. I think the things I like really, really bring it up more than the things I dislike. Okay, has everyone voted?
Did you say an 8?
8, yeah. An 8 for Utapau.
Cassie.
Yeah.
Cassie.
Yes.
I want to say something that I forgot to say real quick because it's in your breakdown.
Oh, great. While you do that, I'm going to get the average scores. So, yeah, tell us.
When Anakin and Obi-Wan say goodbye, that actually I think is one of my favorite moments in the film.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's such a tender moment, and like and Obi-Wan really encourages him. Like I think it's one of the best, like the script. Like I think it's one of the best moments. I'm like, oh, you know how to. Okay, there's some good dialogue. This is like a beautiful moment where I feel like Anakin's being very vulnerable. They both are, and very honest. Like there's a certain like. There's just like a shorthand that we've been seeing, but there's the intimacy now that we're seeing between them. And that actually maybe would have changed my rating if I had thought about it more. But that scene, actually, I really love in this film. It's one of my favorite scenes in the movie because I feel like that's also the scene where like he's like, I didn't want to put you in this position, but the council's asking you to be a spy. Is that that moment, or is that not that moment?
I don't remember for sure.
I think that might be a different.
There's there's two scenes between them that have the similar tone.
Yeah.
There's one
Says,
earlier on
like,
in the movie.
You're more powerful than I am.
Yeah.
You're like a better
That's
Jedi.
it. That's the one. That's the one we're talking about right now. So yeah, that's not the spy moment.
Right.
But like
that was in the
both of those,
previous section.
like,
yeah.
it's just
But
like it's so nice.
This is like an example though of like one of my what I was trying to say earlier though. Like so he's got this like touching moment with Anakin, and Anakin, you know, he's encouraging him, and he's like, you know, and then like the next scene you see him with Padme, he's like, Obi-Wan was here? What did he say? And then this like anger towards Obi-Wan. Which again, I get that, okay, he's changing, so he's a little bit flip-floppy with his feelings and I know that's kind of inconsistent, but it just feels a little bit too much of an extreme. Like he's got this really touching moment, and then the next moment he's like, why was Obi-Wan here? You know, and it's just too...
I think it's
irrational.
Well, he has this disgusting possessiveness over Padme too. It's like he hides her in that apartment. It's her apartment. It's not his apartment, but he just like hides her way up there and doesn't want anyone else to talk to her. And yeah, it's weird. Okay,
yeah,
our voting for section 3 is in. It got a 7.1, which brings our overall rating to a 7.5. So it's doing fairly well. I guessed a 7.7, so I'm real close right now. We'll see how it goes.
You did, yes, you
Okay.
did.
Moving on to section 4.
I thought they would.
So this is Anakin's fall. Commander Cody reports to the Jedi that Kenobi has engaged Grievous.
Boy.
Mace Windu tells Anakin to deliver the report to Palpatine, and also says that he senses a plot to destroy the Jedi. Anakin reports to Palpatine, who reveals himself to be a Sith Lord. This is the scene we were talking about earlier, where he's just like, "Yep, I'm a Sith Lord." Anakin reports to Mace Windu about Darth Sidious being Palpatine. And then there's this awesome moment where Anakin like meditates in the council chambers, cut between him and Padme in her apartment, where you kind of get the sense that he's trying to decide, what do? I just reported Palpatine, do I try to save him? And then he rushes to intercept the confrontation between Palpatine and the Jedi, where the Jedi Guard are slaughtered, except for Mace Windu, who actually defeats Palpatine in battle. Palpatine tries to use his lightning fingers, and Mace reflects it back with his lightsaber, and his face gets all melty gooey. And then Anakin makes his final choice, saving Palpatine, giving Palpatine the chance to throw Mace out the window after Anakin cuts his hands off, which is a real rough afternoon. And then Anakin pledges himself to Sidious and changes his name to Darth Vader. So a lot happens here. I mean, this is like Mace Windu's shining segment of the movie. He really gets a lot to do. And I love that scene where Mace is like, if what you've told me is true, you will have earned my trust. Like Mace has never trusted Anakin. And this is the moment where it's like, wow, you found the Sith Lord. We've been looking for this son of a bitch for the last 3 movies. And if you've actually done it, then I will trust you. And I would have much rather earned Mace Windu's trust than cut his hands off and then work for a wrinkly dude whose face just melted off. But, that's Anakin's decision. But the movie hinges on this section of the movie. Like, Anakin turning to the dark side is what this is all about. Is this well done? Is it convincing? What do we think? Let's start with B.
Right, because I have a lot of opinions.
I can see it bursting out of your face. Give it to me. I can hear like holding your opinions into your mouth. Give them to me. I want them.
For many reasons. It's been a long day, but also all the feelings. So for me, what I'll say is I would have given this section a 10. Took a point away, and I almost want to take 2 points away, but I think 1 is enough. I think it's probably my favorite. We're coming into some of my favorite parts of the entire film. I took a point away because for me, I feel like why can't I think I'm just getting tired. Mace Windu, the actual actor's name, Samuel Jackson.
Yeah.
I think he is a brilliant grounding force in this whole film. Like, I feel like any scene that he's in is better. And the way he delivers his lines, like, is just so authentic. And like, you can see his skepticism. You can see the unspoken things that he's saying in every delivery of his line. And even when they do close-ups on him, I'm like, okay, I don't mind seeing up your nose, I guess, because you're acting your ass off.
There's that one really weird shot where he's like, and it's like,
so terrible. It's like the most unflattering shot you could ever do of anyone. His face is literally like he's like,
it's so weird,
it's all the way up.
Yeah,
and it's like, why though? Like, we don't need to be that close to feel tension. We know it's a fight. There's lots of tension, life or death fight. But my biggest problem with how Mace Windu is this whole interaction with Mace Windu. Being that he is the only Black character in this entire film that speaks and has any agency, his death is the most violent and the most dehumanizing. And that is a problem for me. I feel like
what if he didn't die? I'm not convinced he's dead. I think he's coming back in one of these TV shows.
Well, you're right. That's a whole other discussion. I would say maybe defeat, then I won't use the word death.
Sure.
The most violent defeat.
Yeah.
Not only because Dooku's death was pretty violent, but we don't see his head get chopped off. We see his hands go away, but we don't see his head get chopped off. We let that's for our imagination. So often when Black people are in films, especially action films, their violence is way more explicit than anybody else's. 99% of the time, you'll see other people dying, and maybe they'll get shot once and drop. But when it's a Black person, you see the details of their mutilation and pain. You see the details of how they're being killed, and you cannot argue it. His death is the most graphic, and the women in this film. But I'll leave that for the Order 66 bit. But comparing what we see of people being killed, the slaughter of Mace Windu is so violent that it just really is a problematic flaw. And for me, like, what did I write? Because I wrote notes to help me. Like, it's racist and dehumanizing imagery.
Interesting.
Because he not only gets his hands cut off, he gets betrayed by someone that just earned his trust, and then electrocuted and chucked out the window. Like, it is the most detailed and graphic violence that we see of series of violence being inflicted on his body. Like, you get pieces of it. Boom, 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 boom. Not only are you going to be betrayed and defeated, we're going to see each piece of your pain. And that bothers me. The only other time we see that is Darth Vader, but even so, like, it's something that we expect with that final battle.
And he doesn't die.
And he doesn't die. He's actually the most he ends up on top.
No, you're right.
So for me, I don't know how many points to take away for something like that, because that is a big problem. That's just a cinematic film, white people writing for people of color problem, where our bodies are just always less valued.
Right.
So I don't know. For me, like, unfortunately it's expected and it's normal, especially in any kind of film or any kind of action or fantasy writing. Our bodies are less valuable and are used to further the story of violence.
Yeah.
But I think it's written brilliantly, and it is actually really, really good. This whole section that you've created, I feel like is a 10, but that takes away from.
Yeah, that's really well said. And it's frustrating that there isn't more diversity in the prequels. They are very white. Just like across the board, it's basically the story of white men. And that is frustrating. I mean, yeah, and it's, like, times are progressing in that way where people are recognizing like George Lucas didn't intend to do anything racist, but what you just described, and with Jar Jar Binks, like, we've talked about some issues in the prequels, and like the intention of the filmmaker is separate from the impact of the film itself and like how it is perceived and how it's viewed. And there is this trope of, like, the Black person in the movie is always going to die first, like in a horror movie or something like that. And it's a trope because, like, it happens constantly. And, like, you don't even think about it. And you should, like, I mean, as white people, we often don't think about it, I think, because it's like, it's like George Lucas probably didn't think about it, and it just happens. But because white people write for themselves, and they're always the heroes of their own story. And because we are minorities, we're never the hero of the story. Even Finn's journey in the newer trilogy is so problematic. Every person of color
all of their arcs in the new trilogy are horribly problematic, even though it's much better than I think than any of the films. I mean, honestly, I feel like Lando might be the best represented person, at least in the original trilogy. Like what he gets to do, I feel like it's the least problematic as far as what's actually written for him. Solo, as you know, is my least favorite film ever in the Star Wars canon. And I could just tear that film to pieces about how poorly it's made. But like, anyway, that for me, like, people live and die off of good intentions. He wrote this in a vacuum, and therefore, as a white man, the white people are the ones who win. So we're always going to be in those characters that don't come out on top, just because we're never the hero of the story. We're never leading the story, and it's never from our point of view. So that's all I got to say about that. You know. Yeah,
and you know, if there were more characters of color in the movie, then that scene wouldn't have stuck out because. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about this, but if there were several main characters who are black, you know, it's not like you're not just having one black character, you know, where like whatever you do with that one black character is the only representation. So it creates problems that wouldn't be there if there were more black characters.
I mean, I feel like it's a problem no matter what. The fact that his violence was the most graphic is bad by itself, whether there were more black people in the movie or not. The fact that it was his character that was chosen to have the most violence, that's the problem.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what I'm talking about, so
I agree with you. We're all navigating this, you know.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you sharing that, B. I really do, because, you know, we can only see, I mean, I see issues with the movie from my perspective, but, you know, it's really interesting to see other people's perspectives and how, you know, different things occur to them that would occur to me. And I really think it's valuable to share that. And I appreciate you, you know, being willing to do that, especially in a live setting like this. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, no, that's why we need like diversity. I mean, yeah, that is something I had I'm embarrassed to say, but again, it's like you ask a fish what water is, like, you don't, I'm sorry, I never had thought about that. And now that I know, I bet I won't be able to unsee it in other movies and see other examples of it. And I've been reading a lot about that, about like around Finn and his the way they did him, but I had not thought about that in this film, and I did notice it this time I watched it. I mean, of course you're right. So I am very grateful too.
I remember when I was younger, when I first heard about this issue in cinema, I'm like, I haven't seen that before. And then I looked at the list of movies, and I'd seen so many of them. And one of them that I'll never forget was Jurassic Park, where the very beginning of that movie is a black man being mauled. And he's the only person who is injured at all in that movie. And it's the very first thing that happens. And I read this article about how there is like this thing that is happening where white executives think that it is less objectionable if the violence is not against white people. And that's so disturbing. You know, it's like, well, however that started, whether or not it was intentional, doesn't matter. It's super harmful, super disturbing, and it's something that like the population at large needs to be aware of, and creators need to be aware of. And we just need to put, you know, more big franchises in the hands of as many diverse people as possible. You know, like just having white men making all Star Wars for 40 years, it's going to be riddled with problems. You know, you got to like get other voices in there.
Is not enough. It needs to be in the writer's chairs.
Yeah.
That's why I appreciate Mandalorian so much, because the direction was so diverse. Because it's also like, even if you have put people of color in places of agency, they have to be listened to and valued. You can give someone a title and actually give them no agency. Overall, like, again, I would have given this whole section a 10, but I'm just taking away 1 point for that, because I think the script is written for this section, I think, is brilliantly done. Like, I think it's probably, or like for me, it's not quite the climax yet, but like you said, it sets up the really important stuff for the rest of the film, and I just think it's really good. I want to hear what you guys think about this, but I'm not super crazy about Palpatine's face transformation. I loved that he looked like human in the first few movies, or Nabooian, I guess you could say. And I know that we know where he's going to go in Return of the Jedi. We know what he's going to look like there. So wondering how he transforms into that has been this thing. But then finally seeing it's like, oh, it's his own Force lightning
just like scarring and aging his face. It like doesn't make sense to me. I wanted it to be like
It's so dumb.
he reaches his hands into some like
that part.
weird, cauldron of dark side energy and like releases it and allows himself to completely go full Sith, and then his face changes. Like that's what I was kind of imagining, but it's just
That would've
like
made more sense.
he just
Like just using his powers, but he like uses it to make himself look like he's being like beaten when he's like sort of not, I guess. I
Yeah.
don't know.
yeah,
He's
it's a
getting
really
Yeah,
weird
he's the one
moment.
making the
Control the whole
lightning.
time.
The lightning is going back in his face. The lightning is making his face look crazy.
Right.
It doesn't do that to anyone else ever, anytime they get
Yeah.
hit with it.
Why doesn't Luke
Yeah.
Skywalker look like that? He got that much force lightning.
Yeah,
I mean, he's laying on his back though. Like he's laying on his back and he's not going anywhere. I feel like for
Yeah.
Luke, he was like wriggling all over the place. But still, that's a good point. Luke should have gotten a little bit crustier after that. I mean, Mark Hamill did. Sorry.
Yeah, it's a weird moment. Like I appreciate the impulse to have like Sidious, like Palpatine transform into Sidious physically as well as emotionally, but the way that they went about it makes very little sense to me, and I still every time I watch it I get hung up on that.
yeah. I
Doesn't
think
make any
that's
damn sense.
I think it was too. I wouldn't have minded if maybe because I kind of like the idea of him just not one big event transforming him, but just like years of being so consumed by hate and the dark, it being like a gradual thing as he ages, just this, and like maybe after this lightsaber thing or this battle, it's like he's slightly more decrepit, but not so obvious.
Yeah,
And,
like I didn't need him to go from like 0 to Return of the Jedi
Yeah.
face in 3
exactly.
seconds.
Yeah,
Because there's still 30 years between this.
yeah.
Well, like 36 something years between this and Return of the Jedi. Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those moments like again, I think like there's some I don't know if you consider this fan service or not. Like I'm trying to compare like a moment of like, oh, that's how he got this. Like
Right.
Han Solo has a lot of these moments that I don't really like too. Like they make up again like his name, like what's your last name? Okay, Solo, like, and that's how, and it's like, this just felt like one of those, I was like, that's how he got his, but it's just not done, it's just kind of annoying.
Who is it for? Who is that for? Who
I don't-
wants those stupid connections? Is it the writers that are making themselves happy? When they write it, they think it's a good, fun idea.
I kind of liked it. I didn't
It's
mind
dumb
it.
every time.
It's for
I
me.
mean, there's so many of them. Well, I'm trying to give an example, like, from the, I'm trying
There's
to think of
too
an
many of
example
them.
from the Mandalorian where it's done, but I guess the Mandalorian's different because of where it takes place in the timeline. It's not really. I don't know.
Or
I don't.
They made a conscious effort to not do it as much.
Maybe.
like, yeah.
They're more careful with their, and when they do a fan service, I mean, it's amazing. But yeah, I didn't like the face thing. Also, another thing that always bothered me about that battle with Palpatine is how easily the other Jedi just go down.
I know.
He strikes one down without any. They're just like, oh, and he just like one goes down, and the other one just goes down, and there's like they don't even get like one swing in. Like I know he's Palpatine and he's a super powerful Sith, but these are still like Jedi masters. They should be able to hold at least a couple like strikes, and they all just like die so lazily and so easily that always bothered me.
It's kind of hilarious. I mean, him like when he reveals his lightsaber and like does that crazy spin move, it's awesome. It's like it's
cool.
like, yes, Palpatine, that makes sense to me that he would be this like maniacal, devious swordsman. I feel like that was a great choice.
Yeah, but
I think they were all just too shocked. I think they saw that spin and were like, and now we don't remember how to fight. I'm gonna just get sliced.
Yeah.
What?
I get he's like super
See, nothing
powerful.
like
Like
it.
it makes sense that he would win and defeat them. I just felt it was so goofy looking the way they all go down. It was like,
No, you're totally right. It's ridiculous. Like, I've noticed that a lot of the lightsaber battles are cropped a little close so that you can't quite see what they're doing with their hands. And that's one of those moments where they kind of crop things closely. So it's like hand wavy. It's like George Lucas is trying to play a mind trick on us. He's like, you do not mind that this does not make sense.
I kind of don't like the sort of snarly, sort of animal way that he like fights and goes. It's like I love what he does most of the time, but I think it's like it gets a little bit too much. Where I'm like, what? Why is he like, snarling like a little goblin?
It's definitely crossing the line, but it crosses the line into an arena that I enjoy, so I don't mind it. But it is I can totally recognize that it crosses that line. You know,
he does.
I don't hate it,
but he's like, no. Like his mouth is so like actually I mean, it is like Ian McDiarmid is like up to like a 15, like in that like he real like that almost got a little like you just pull back a little bit. I don't know.
I love it.
You are over. No, y'all. He is overacting, but in this movie, it works. Like, your instincts are correct.
Guys, he is the Senate. You guys.
Yeah, he is the Senate. It's true.
But I think it works. And like, the thing that's interesting is that fight with Mace Windu after the poor Jedi don't even get any hits in, they just drop. Is that a lot of him is CGI. I noticed that more closely.
Say that again?
That's a CGI.
Yeah.
Yes, CGI Palpatine. CGI. So like, I think the like grunts and stuff is like him off in the studio making sound, watching himself fight because he's not actually fighting.
You're right.
And he's like adding vocals to a physicality that he's not actually doing. So it seems ridiculous because they are disembodied. Yeah. Like some stunt double is doing all this work and he's making all the noise. So
there's like close-up shots of him going, oh, but like that's the rest of it is like someone else. It's like a CGI body double or it's like the face replacements. But then there's like a close-up of him going like, yes. It's so great. Like it's one of my favorite things. And I know it's fucking stupid, but I love it. Like, I look forward to that moment in the movie every time.
If I need to just watch it like maybe 3 more times. I feel like I've seen it the least out of the prequels.
Give it another shot.
It's extra, man.
But I'm like 100% with it until his face changes and then like Anakin changes and it's all just like the drop of the hat. All that character development is gone and now they are just different people. And it just didn't quite work for me. I feel like these movies were supposed to bridge the gap between Anakin Skywalker and Darth Vader, and this is where it happens. And I've always been a little underwhelmed by the moment. I felt like they needed to build a little bit better just dialogue and better character and emotional development to hit that moment. I appreciate it on a lot of levels. I like it. I don't dislike it. And I look forward to it when I'm watching the movie. But I'm never like, oh yeah, I'm never thinking to myself, that's perfect. They nailed it ever. I'm like, okay, this is serviceable, you know? Like I tried
to remember there was a moment that they needed to nail. This is it.
This is
I mean, this is literally this is why these whole movies, this whole prequel trilogy exists pretty much for this moment.
Right.
And it's fine. But it's not.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's like for how important it is, and how like pivotal this moment is. It's fine.
Yeah.
Like, but I just never fully bought his transformation. I think part of it is because the love story is so weak. I like the concept of it. That is something that he loves. That turns into the dark side. You know, that it's a little nuanced that way. But yeah, this moment, again, it's okay, but it doesn't really land it like I felt like it should for just such an important like scene of scenes.
Well, luckily we can find out exactly how it lands because we're going to vote on it. So I'm going to drop this in the chat. Okay, so chat, there's the link. Let's vote. So here's what we're voting on in this section. So this is section 4, Anakin's Fall. How do you rate the build-up towards Anakin's turn? So this includes the scenes with Mace and Palpatine, Anakin meditating on his choice, the beautiful sequence where you're cutting back and forth between Anakin and Padme, and he's thinking about what to do. talking to Mace about that he's discovered that Palpatine is a Sith Lord. Palpatine revealing himself to be a Sith Lord. That's included in that first section. Next question, how do you rate the confrontation between the Jedi and Palpatine? So Sidious reveals himself, lightsaber comes out, everything we were just talking about, the spinny fight moves, killing all the Jedi except Mace instantly. Mace backs Sidious into the corner and Palpatine has face melting problems. So this is basically everything up to the point where Anakin actually turns. And then the last question is, how do you rate Anakin's turn to the dark side, where he stops Mace from killing Sidious, throws Mace out the window, and then Anakin is named as Darth Vader. So 3 things to vote on here. Let's start with B.
Okay. Okay, I just want to make sure I wasn't muted. I did 10, 10, 7. I think the lead up is awesome. I love all the ridiculosity of the fight with Palpatine and all the faces that you imitated, Jesse. I was living for that. That was so good. But I just think it's written really well. I think I think it's actually flipped. Like in my opinion, a lot of the writing is kind of like, but the actors make it work. In this, I think the writing is great, but I feel like some of the direction of how they acted it was weird. In some moments. So that's why I gave the last scene a 7. Also because of what I explained about Mace Windu's death, but also y'all were just talking about, that his actual turn. Like it just seemed a little too easy.
Yeah.
Like I think it's written really well, but because now watching it again, like I feel like I see the struggle in him more. I was like, before it just felt a little bit too abrupt, like, oh, and now he's just Darth Vader now. Like I really was hated it. But looking at the whole movie up to this point, with him meditating, going to Yoda, having irrational, like possessive feelings over Padme, I was like, okay, no, this all, and then the opera scene, like I feel like, oh, it's actually written better than I realized, and like I feel like it just is some of the direction fucks it up. Like he just was like, and now I'll do whatever you say. It was kind of like he just kind of gave in, and I was like, "Did you also did you also lose your will to act anymore? Like you just don't want to? You're just gonna kind of phone it in for the rest of the movie now?" But like, I don't feel like that was on Hayden Christensen. I feel like that's a very important moment. Just like Jenny said, if there was any moment to nail, it's this one. And I feel like as a director, you want to really give it some care. So I don't blame Hayden for that. I'm like, why did he basically make it seem like you just kind of, oh, you know what? It's just going to be easier if I just don't feel this conflict anymore. Just like get rid of Mace and choose to be with you. I just think that's a little bit easier because I really don't want to lose Padme. It's just my favorite thing. So my favorite possession. So I'll do whatever you say. And it just felt like, but like, it's written really well, but I think acted poorly.
Yeah. How about you, Jenny?
Yeah, I mean, build up to Anakin, scenes with Mace, and all right, I gave it an 8. And yeah, confrontation between Jedi and Palpatine. I gave this an 8. I'm kind of docking a little bit back to a 7, only because, again, I don't know, it just really annoys me, the lightsaber battle and the face makeup. And I gave a 7 to the last scene, too, about his turn to the dark side. Yeah, only because I feel like, like I said, like, if there's one thing to focus on and get right, like I said, it's fine. I like it. It's good. And I do agree with B. I think, like, watching it more now, like I do see more of the build-up that I didn't really catch or get the first time around, but I still just don't think, for how important this scene was, I feel like I'm raising, I have a high bar for what we should have expected from that. So I don't know. I give it 7.
Nice. And Ryan?
The first part 7. Yeah, I think they make it clear, like I said, that that's the Anakin choice. You're like, I get that that's the choice that he's going to make. Even though he betrays himself later, and I think that it is just that he wants to be in charge of the galaxy and the most powerful. I do like, it's the end of Mace Windu, and I like Mace Windu. He's sort of represents the Jedi Council because no one else really gets lines who's not Yoda, you know. He beats Palpatine and then gets tricked and betrayed, and it's not fair. And I hate that what happens to Palpatine's face. He's literally like, stop hitting yourself, like you're shooting yourself. I don't know, or if the lightning gets stuck in a loop or what. He's just doing that to himself. So I don't know if that's part of his plan to like garner more sympathy. And he was like, I'm just gonna make myself look like a wrinkled like rat man for the rest of my life. I don't like that part.
Justin said in chat, Sith can't fuck around with exfoliating.
It's
Oh man, that was hilarious.
He does not even look that bad in like Return of the Jedi and stuff. Like, he looks worse than he ever looks.
Oh my god,
Swollen.
Adam G just said all the trilogies end with Palpatine shocking himself. That's true. I never thought of that before.
What do you say, Mark?
All of the trilogies end with Palpatine shocking himself.
Oh wow. Yeah, he should fucking learn to not do that.
F. It's the one attack that he can't defend against himself.
Yeah, that's how they always defeat him, is using his own thing against himself, huh?
Wow.
Well,
sorry, Ryan, go ahead.
Canon. And then Anakin's turn to the dark side. Yeah, it's he plays it like defeated, where he's like, "Yes, now I am your like mind slave now." And really, it's sort of like he's like a Trump supporter, and he's getting something out of it, so that he just has to go along with the rest of it, and that includes slaughtering children, which he apparently has already been fine doing. Or no, he was sad about it slightly before, and now I think he knows he's going to have to do it again, and he is bummed out about it. But he's like, well,
he's like, at least I practice slaughtering children.
Also, does Darth Sidious have like a pocket full of little Sith names that he just goes, Vader, you're Vader now? Like, is he prepared? Did he pick the name ahead of time? Why do they all have so many names? Lord Tyrannus. And you're also Sith Lord whatever, and you're also Count Dooku. That guy had like 5 names in his 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Very Lord of the Rings.
He has such like a flair for the dramatic.
So 5. I gave a 5 for that last section. For the
like the man
harsh criticism.
The man that like took Anakin to the opera and made all those silly faces and named him Darth Vader also wore like a plush velvet red robe as Snoke. And I loved that. Like, that is canon, you know, like that's consistency, people. That is character. Okay.
Yeah. He's always comfy.
Build up to Anakin's turn. I really like this stuff. Like, Mace Windu really shines in these scenes. They finally like really give Sam Jackson some dialogue, which is great. And I love that stuff where he's like, maybe I'll trust you if this is true. And like Sidious just straight up saying like, I am a Dark Lord of the Sith. I'm like, finally, you know, I'm so excited this is happening. I love all this. I think this is like a 9. The confrontation between the Jedi.
I like that scene.
I like it. Yeah. The confrontation between the Jedi and Palpatine. I really like all this stuff. There's 2 things wrong with it. One is, you know, it's too easy to slice through Jedi. And 2 is I'm not crazy about the face melting being like, this is how his face got to look like this. But I love I love the fight. I love all the crazy faces he makes. It's one of my favorite parts of the whole movie. I don't care how dumb it is. I think it's awesome. So this is like a 9 for me too. I like really like it besides those small things. But the amount I like it outweighs the amount I dislike those other things. Anakin's turn to the dark side is really underwhelming. It's very unfortunate that this is the hinge pivot moment of the film. It doesn't quite have the weight it needs. If you look at it from the point of view of like wanting to understand a character in a film so that you can empathize with him and understand why he made this decision, it's not there. If you're watching it from the point of view of like, oh my God, this was the hero, and all of a sudden he's like making these villainous choices, that's insane. That's really cool. And like, I like that, you know, I appreciate that that's what these movies are. So I do like it, you know, it's just like the execution is a little disappointing, but it's still, I mean, there's a lot that's exciting there. So I'm going to agree with several of you and give that a 7 as well. All right. The scores are in. Let's see what they are. We've got our responses.
Apparently, the dark side gives him the names, and so he like searches the dark side, and the dark side will give him a little name. That's what Adam says.
That makes a whole lot of sense. The way he executed that line makes sense. He was like searching for it in that moment.
And also, like, he knows that Padme's pregnant. Like, so the whole like Dark Father, Darth Vader thing fits for Palpatine to give him that name because he knows that he's the Dark Father.
You know, he's a dad.
Ooh, Dark Daddy.
All right, the numbers are in. That section got a 7.6, which is pretty high. People like that section. That brings us up to a 7.55. We're creeping up towards that 7.7. Come on, 7.7.
We better move a little quicker.
I know, we got to move a little quicker.
It's 9:30, and I was like, oh my gosh, we're halfway through.
We're talking a lot. We can do this. We might let's speed it up. We can do it. Okay, the next section. Do we need to take a break? Everyone let me know if we need a break.
I'm good.
No, but I feel like it's helpful if Jesse, you just tell us who needs to talk when.
Okay.
Because I feel like we get in a lot of thoughts. That'll help us move faster. Otherwise, it's not going to change anything.
So, part 5, the actual Revenge of the Sith part. So this includes Order 66. Anakin leads troopers to the Jedi Temple, slaughters the younglings. Bail Organa sees a youngling killed and escapes. Tarfur and Chewie help Yoda escape Kashyyyk. Kenobi escapes Utapau, contacts Bail Organa. So this is the section where we know, these are the Jedi that survive Order 66. Anakin tells Padme that the Jedi tried to overthrow the Republic, which is sort of technically true. Kenobi meets Yoda aboard Organa's ship. Yoda and Kenobi agree to return to Coruscant to dismantle the encoded signal. We see the introduction of Mustafar, Palpatine telling the Separatists Vader will take care of them. Bail Organa is called to a special second session of Congress, at which Palpatine reorganizes the Senate into a new galactic empire. Anakin goes to Mustafar, slaughters the Separatists, and his eyes turn yellow. Kenobi and Yoda break into the Jedi Temple and change the message and discover that the person who killed all the younglings was Anakin. And then there's the final scene of this section is Kenobi talking to Padme to figure out where Anakin is, telling her he's turned to the dark side, realizing that Anakin is the father of Padme's child, and then Padme heads to Mustafar. So you know what we might want to do, just because we're running really late here? We could just, go into the voting and have people speak their piece and vote, and just kind of go through each of us. I love the open discussion, but that's the part that takes the most time. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Well, let's
I agree. If I'm being totally transparent, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, B.
You sent us that breakdown, and I've already put my ratings in.
Yeah.
I already know what I've rated each section. So, I'm ready to do that if you want to do it that way.
Yeah, I think that just because we're almost at 3 hours and we got much too much movie left, and actually with this section in particular, it might be easier to talk about. I broke everything up into 4 sections. Just because there's so much that happens. So let's just have everyone go through, talk about those 4 sections. And I guess, because we got Order 66 as the first one, why don't we just have everyone go one at a time? Tell me just your rating. Just tell me about Order 66 and tell me your rating, and then we'll do the other 3 sections. So let's start with Jenny. How do you rate Order 66? And I'm going to drop this link in chat in just a second for chat to vote as well.
Yeah, Order 66 to me did have the emotional weight that I was wanting from Anakin becoming Darth Vader. Right. I remember even in the theaters, even when I didn't really love this movie, but I liked it, still feeling the weight of that. I think that's a really powerful scene. The music is really tragic and fantastic. I like the way that they did it, starting with Obi-Wan and having it be literally right after Cody gives him his lightsaber back. Him falling through the water off the thing was really beautiful. It was heavy. I felt like Yoda in a theater. I felt like I was doing the, where he drops his cane and stuff and just feels all this. I thought it was really powerful, and I know we're not supposed to be, I won't let this affect my score, but watching the Clone Wars adds even more like weight to it. Like I still felt the weight of that even before I knew the extent of their relationship with the clone troopers and how much personality and how friendly they become. I mean, you get a little bit of it in this movie. Like you see him, kind of joking with Cody about, I won't kill all the droids till you get there. Like you get a little bit of it, but yeah, I thought it was really powerful. I'd give this scene a 10.
Nice. How about you, Ryan? What do you rate Order 66?
It's fine. I rate that part an 8. Some of it's very extremely violent. There's like a couple of people that they just like shoot and just keep shooting. And that is one of like, including like Mace Windu's death defeat and a couple of things. Like this movie is has a lot of violent stuff. The death of younglings. So anytime when he like plays that like, oh, this is a movie for kids excuse off, it's like, no, it's not. Shouldn't be. I don't know. I mean, it is, but like, those are crazy things that happen in it. It's for adults too. I guess kids can. Whatever, they can deal with violence and things, and I guess kids do watch this. Yeah, that shit is it's fine. It's an 8. It's a good part of a movie. This movie, it's wild that it happens, but it does make sense for where all the Jedi go. Yeah. And how about you, B?
I agree with Ryan. What did I do? I did give it this is Order 66. I gave it a 10. I think it's executed beautifully, but part of the beauty of that is the horror of it. It is terribly violent. And this is like what I mentioned towards the beginning with how women are portrayed in this film. Mm-hmm. The 3, I think, Jedi females that we see killed are killed more violently than Ki-Adi-Mundi and Plo Koon. Like Plo Koon just crashes. Plo Koon just gets shot in his ship, and his ship blows up. Obviously, he's dead. Yeah. Ki-Adi-Mundi, like he gets ganged up on from behind, but we see him defend himself and then basically just fall over. With like the Twi'lek master, she gets shot repeatedly.
Right.
Like
they just
shot down, but then
pump her full of blaster fire.
Shaking around.
They kind of know there's like a leaf in the way, but you can't see. But you can see that they're still shooting. And I saw a weird like alternate version of it on one of these Disney Plus deleted scenes, and it seemed like in that also the tall headed guy whose name I don't know. They showed him also getting shot a bunch of times, but that's not in how it is in the movie. The only person who gets like mercilessly shot a bunch of times is that the Twi'lek, and it's like, why?
Yeah.
But then there's the woman who's on the speeder too, and like the 2 speeders, kind of like we see in Return of the Jedi, they go behind her and shoot her. But then we see her speeder flip off. It flips over, her body flies off. It's like everything's just a little bit more graphic. Like we get to see what happens to their body in the aftermath, whereas the men we just assume they've died because they're outnumbered, and we just kind of see it fade away, and then Plo Koon gets blown up and we assume he's dead. But like with the women, we actually see how their bodies are mutilated. And I'm just like, why is that necessary? Yeah. And why specific? And it's like, how can you argue that it's not, there's a difference of how they've chosen to film these murders. So I think it's horrifying, but I feel like it serves the purpose of the movie correctly, because I feel like it has to show how bad this is. Like I feel like it's an accurate depiction of really how terrible and like just dark this whole master plan that Sidious put out. It makes the horror of it really real. Yeah. But that was a disturbing piece for me. Just looking at. There's hardly any women in this film. They don't speak, but they do get killed very gloriously. Yeah. Like,
yeah.
Honestly, I might be talking myself down. I may make this a 9 instead.
Yeah.
But
I was going to give it a 10, but now I'm thinking maybe I'll give it a 9. I mean, the emotional resonance of this moment is really powerful, and that's what it needs to be. It's like, you need to feel the tragedy of the loss of the Jedi for the whole galaxy. And it's such a massive moment. And it's really beautifully put together.
Yeah.
I haven't watched like the Clone Wars or read like a lot of the books that you have, but I have played Jedi Fallen Order, and that the main character that
Wait! Don't tell me! I'm about to play it.
Oh, it's not a spoiler.
Okay.
Alert! It's part of his. You learn it pretty early.
Okay.
He was a youngling. He's like a survivor of Order 66, and it's like a traumatic thing for him in the story. And that's not a spoiler. You'll get to see plenty of stuff.
I knew that already. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but it did make me like, oh, I have a slightly more of a perspective on that. That I enjoyed having.
Yeah. I mean, Anakin like walking into the room to slaughter the younglings is like, that kid that they cast is the cutest kid in the world. What are we going to do? And then he just like lights the lightsaber, and it's like, it's iconic, you know.
I heard behind the scenes that
reaction.
Hayden Christensen scared the kid. He goes boo, and that's what makes him like the little kid kind of jump back with the lightsaber. Is Hayden Christensen went boo?
Wow.
To kind of get that reaction out of him. Yeah.
That's fucked up.
The first time I watched this, I was like, okay, we get it. Palpatine is Satan, and this is like 666. We get it. And that really annoyed me at first, but I've like gotten used to it. And what I love about Order 66 is that like,
I never thought of that until now, and I don't like it either.
Right? Isn't that annoying?
You never thought of that, really?
No, I didn't. It's stupid. It's very obvious.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on.
And then they fight. And the final battle takes place in like literal hell in flames.
It is,
yeah. But what I love about it is that like, if you talk to any Star Wars fan and you say Order 6, everyone, I froze. Are we still streaming? Can you hear me? Oh, are we back?
Okay.
Are we back?
He's not talking, I don't think.
I think we're back.
You froze for a moment.
Yeah, my computer froze for a second. I think we're good. We're back. Okay, good. Okay. I was just saying that, like, whenever you meet a Star Wars fan and you mention Order 66, they all do the same thing. They all go like this. Like, everyone, like, knows that feeling of living through Order 66 for the first time, you know? Like, everyone's like, oh, yeah, I know that.
I mean,
you know?
If they really wanted to, like, nail the, like, evil hell, they should have made Palpatine like a Devonian just to really like
give him some fucking horns.
The devil.
Yeah.
Hiding
really hammer.
But yeah, I got to give Order 66 a 10. I just got to do it. It's just so classic. Okay, well, let's go through and have everyone answer the other 3 questions at once. So let's go back through our same order. So Jenny, why don't you answer the rest of these questions for this section?
Yeah, so how do you rate the fallout of Order 66? Kenobi and Yoda escape. Anakin tells Padme the Jedi tried to overthrow the Republic and then heads to Mustafar to kill the Separatists. Yeah, I mean, again, I'd rate it lower than the previous. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have too many strong feelings. Again, it loses points just for involving Anakin and Padme and her having like no reason to be there. I'll give it a 7. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't have any thoughts on that.
Yeah. How about the other 2?
Oh, sorry, I'm going through all of them. How do you rate Yoda and Kenobi's mission? And okay, because there is a scene that I really love, but I think that's a different part. Yeah, I mean, I like all this. I like seeing Obi-Wan and Yoda get into lightsaber battle together.
Yeah.
A little bit. A bit. It's pretty cool. I like that Bail Organa's ship. It is the same, isn't it? The Tantive 4. Is it 4 or 5? I always forget.
4, yeah, that's it.
So that's a nice little like reference to the originals that I like. There's just like a familiar, comforting feeling about it that I dig. And yeah, and then him, I don't know. I feel like maybe there could have been a little more emotional weight with him finding out that Anakin murdered all the children, but it was I don't know. I still think it was acted fairly well. So yeah, I'll give it an 8 for this one. And then Kenobi's interaction with Padme. I liked this scene. I mean, they've got such a history together. And him, I guess, like, so did Anakin... Here's one question I had, okay? Like, by this point, I mean, she's literally giving birth, so she's like 9 months pregnant. Is she still hiding this from everybody? Is Obi-Wan just... I know she's wearing kind of robes and stuff, but when she leaves to head to Mustafar, she's wearing like a pretty form-fitting, where you can like see her being pregnant. Does he guess because he can sense through the Force that there's a kid in there, or is he...
I think that she's not hiding the pregnancy, she's just hiding who the father is.
That's what I thought.
Gandalf.
Exactly.
Gandalf.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe that's why she's hiding in the apartment the whole movie.
You said scandal. I thought you said Gandalf was the father. It's like, no, I don't think so.
That's not what she said.
Maybe that's the crossover we need.
Yeah.
I know. But yeah, I like Anakin kind of sneaking on Obi-Wan kind of sneaking on her. I thought it was acted. We do get enough out of... I don't know. I'm so torn because I'm so mad at everything with Padme, how she was depicted. I have trouble even giving her some points, but I felt an emotional resonance from her. I feel like Natalie Portman did as much as she could with this scene. I don't know. I'm going to give it an 8. Again, I don't think it's fantastic, but I don't think it's bad.
And Ryan, how do you rate these 3 sections?
Okay, after the Order 66. So the first one is I rated a 7. That's the... Oh, wait. Kenobi and Yoda. Yeah. I thought it was too much that, like, Yoda was like, I will miss you so much, Chewbacca. We are very good friends. But I don't know if they don't ever meet in the original trilogy. Otherwise, they would have had...
Yeah.
So it could still work. I think it's fine.
But Yoda must know that Luke is hanging out with Chewbacca. You could have told him to say hi or something.
Yeah.
That's why I just hate all the unnecessary connections. It just complicates things in a annoying way. I don't know. Yeah, Bail Organa. I feel like Jimmy Smits is great, and I feel like he's wasted in all of these movies. Like, he could have been like a cool sort of like almost like a Lando. I feel like he's close to like a Lando. He's like a cool Jimmy Smits is a cool guy. I don't know if you've seen Jimmy Smits and other stuff. He's a very cool guy. I feel like he could have fit that sort of like cool senator guy thing, and I think he could have been on screen more. So I gave it only a 7. He does get to hop into his like car, his like speeder real quick, and like make a quick getaway when he realizes they're slaughtering children and he has to leave. Yeah, I think this was the first time that watching this movie that I realized that Obi-Wan tricks Padme into going, because she won't tell him where Anakin is, and he tricks her by saying that I'm worried about him, and then sneaks in her car essentially.
Yeah.
Another beautiful Nubian vehicle is when they spell it Nubian like it is like from Naboo, but they spell it weird. But I like all those ships look cool. Anyway, I hate that part. Yeah, 6. But I didn't realize that he stowed away. But I also like having that Natalie Portman gets to have a scene with someone who is not Hayden Christensen, because Ewan McGregor's a better actor, and I don't know. It's still just another like boring soap opera scene, but gave it a 6, and I submit.
Nice. B, how about you?
Okay, so I did 8, 10, and a 9. Rate the Fallout of Order 66.
Right.
I took points away and I take points away anytime Padme has a scene, because none of them are good, in my opinion. Literally none of them. None of them are good. So that's the only reason why I took points away for that. How do I rate Yoda Kenobi's mission? I gave all of this a 10 because I feel like everything just kind of happened when I mean, we all can speak to this in real life in some degree. When something traumatic happens, we all have a different response. Fight, flight, freeze, right? So like kind of there's almost a numbness when there's so much that like you can't believe, like slaughtering children, now we just have to act, even though like this, we don't have time to reflect on the fact that Anakin is turned and like it's like literally like the world is turned upside down in a moment. Mace, like all of our like the Jedi are basically slaughtered. It's a lot of trauma in a short amount of time. So like for me, it's all believable. So that's why I rated it like that. And then the interaction with Padme, I just took 1 point away because I feel like the actors are doing their best. It's not written very well. But I feel like the emotional, like the tension of this part of the film, like I really buy into it. Like I just feel like it all makes sense to me, but it's just a lot of it is written poorly and directed poorly. Yeah. So like, for me, it wasn't like I need to take away a ton of points for that. I just took away 1 because I feel like we're getting to the point where like we're seeing the ultimate, the ultimate fight and the transformation. So I feel like it's all written in a way that makes sense, and only took away 1 point for that.
I just realized that I forgot to put a question on here about how do you rate Palpatine reorganizing the Republic into an empire? This is how Liberty dies scene, which is really important.
Yeah. That's my favorite line in the movie. It's her line.
I'm gonna make
one great line she gets.
I'm gonna make another poll just for that scene. That's my bad. I'm gonna do that in a second. Let me just put my numbers in here. So the Fallout of Order 66. I really like this stuff. I think it's really solid. I'm gonna give it an 8.
It's beautiful blood red robes that the Emperor is wearing.
Yeah. Yoda and Kenobi's mission, seeing them fight together.
Never wears again.
Seeing Yoda and Kenobi fight together is really exciting. Getting to see Tantive 4, super exciting. I love going to the Jedi Temple, and they're just like killing clones like it's nobody's business. And just thinking about the fact that like those were their friends. Like they really gloss over that in this movie, but like the cartoons really go into it in detail. I'm gonna give that an 8 as well.
Did you see the deleted scene where there's like clones who are pretending to be Jedis for a minute?
Yeah, I saw that. That was silly.
Yeah, there's like a deleted scene where it's just a bunch of clearly clones, and they're like, "Oh, sorry, the Jedi Temple's actually fine. No need to come in here." And they're like, "You guys make lousy Jedis." They just
yeah, that was a weird scene. I'm glad they cut that
right away. Because he always has a New Zealand accent.
Yeah, it's like, didn't they recognize him?
And then the last section, Kenobi's interaction with Padme. I love this scene. I feel like it's really strong especially for Obi-Wan, just like his reaction to finding out that Anakin is the father. And there's this like huge thing that was a secret that he kind of knew, but probably hadn't really admitted to himself. I really like this stuff too. And then stowing away, I don't know, it's got good story momentum as well. I'm gonna give this a 9. Okay, so let's get our numbers from this, and then I have to make a new poll. So that's gonna take me a second. I'm getting so tired I can barely see. But I remember we gotta hurry, you guys. I'm gonna fall asleep.
We gotta hurry, but we're tired. We wanna go fast, but we
gotta go fast, but my fingers are like barely working. Okay, so that
I'm hitting
section,
wind. I'm ready to do it.
That section got a 7.8, and then we have one scene that I forgot to put in there. So let's talk about that scene while I make the poll. This is the scene in the Senate. Yeah, where Palpatine reorganizes into an empire. Let's start with Ryan. What do you think?
Yeah, I know he love how he says that like it's a thing that happens a lot. We're just gonna have to reorganize into an empire, and they're like, oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I don't know. Yeah, Padme gets a scene where she's like being a senator. It's nice. I always love being in that Senate room. I think it's cool. I don't know. He plays up like I was wounded and deformed, and that's why I do think that he was like he did it to himself intentionally to like gain sympathy. And also because he's like, I'm a Sith Lord. I gotta look crazy? I gotta look wild. I gotta look evil as fuck somehow. I don't know. I think it's fine.
Gotta villainize this guy.
I'll give it an 8.
And how about you, B?
Ryan, I just love how you describe these scenes. Oh my gosh. That was great. Okay, I think it's brilliant. I give it a 10 for sure. And it has my favorite line in the whole film. This is how democracy dies, with thunderous applause. Like, how do you get better than that? You get some gold and speckled into these scripts.
Yes, for every I see that they're evil from my point of view, you get a actual good line.
Yeah. And guys, I dropped the link.
From my point of view, the Jedi are evil.
I dropped the link in the chat if you want to put in your official votes.
That's what it is. From my point of view, the Jedi are bad. The evil. I hate it so much.
And Jenny, how about you?
Yeah, I'm with B. I gave it a 10 just because I think it's a really iconic line, and it's super quotable. I heard it going around a lot recently. It was funny. Not to bring up recent events because we're escaping, but floating around in my Star Wars Instagram universe with all my Star Wars friends in there, like a bunch of people were just literally just posting Padme's face when she's kind of sitting like this in her outfit with like no line or anything, and we all knew exactly what the line was that was floating around just from her face. So yeah, I think it's pretty powerful. I gave it a 10.
Yeah, I gave it a 10 as well.
I actually boosted mine up to 8. And it is sort of strange, like looking back and knowing that these movies did come out like in the 2000s, and it was sort of a post 9/11. And I think a lot of it is political commentary on the times. You know, they really were, and also essentially it's what happens with like Julius Caesar in Roman history.
Yeah, the line, this is how democracy dies, to thunderous applause. Like, there's so much wisdom in this story that if you don't like think critically, you can find yourself living under tyranny. And it's like literally happening right now in our country. So this really resonated with me more so than normal, than the other times I've seen it, because it is like what we are experiencing as a country right now. It's so interesting. Okay, so we've got a 7.8 and a 9.75. So give me 1 second. 7.8, 9.75. We're going to figure out the average for this section, which we've finally got after building another poll. It's an 8.8. All right.
Wow.
So yeah, this section of the movie is getting an 8.8 overall, which is very high. We plug that in here. And we are now going up to, we were at a 7.55. Now we're up to a 7.8. We are hovering right around my 7.7 mark. Okay, 2 sections left. The last section is short. So we're at the climax. Padme arrives on Mustafar, confronts Anakin. Obi-Wan steps off the ship. Anakin force chokes Padme out of anger. We get the fight between Vader and Kenobi, the fabled fight that we'd all been waiting for. They are extremely evenly matched. They fight on a tightrope because reasons. Volcano explodes. Their platform falls in lava. They swing around fighting monkey style. They jump onto lava droids and they fight Frogger style. Kenobi has the high ground. He slices Anakin's legs and arms in one stroke, which is very impressive. And he leaves Anakin to die, which is so rude. Kenobi returns to the ship and leaves Mustafar. So that's one section, the fight between Anakin and Obi-Wan. But then we also have the fight between Yoda and Sidious, where Sidious throws the Senate at him. So let me pull up this poll, section 6. So we have 3 questions to answer here. How do you rate the build-up to the duel? Which is, you turned her against me, like all of that talking before the duel starts. Padme getting force choked, confronting Anakin, all that stuff. You have done that yourself, that whole section. And then the actual lightsaber fight between Obi-Wan and Anakin, how do you rate that? And how do you rate the final battle between Yoda and Sidious? Those are the 3 things that we are answering in this section. So let's go to B. And B, why don't you tell us your answers on all 3? And here is the link in chat. We're going to go down the line. Chat, go ahead and start voting. And B, take it away.
Hey, thank you. I'm a visual person, so I can't answer anything until I click on this link.
It's ready. It's ready to go.
Hey, I gave this a 7. I'll just go through the list. So for me, overall, like, it's a little hokey. Like, it's exciting, but like, I feel like there's a disconnect. But I feel like Hayden Christensen and Ewan McGregor are in 2 different movies in this. Like, they're being directed. Like, you did that to yourself. Like, he seemed like, are you in a commercial? Ewan McGregor, like, I love him, but the way he like says his lines feel very, very presentational, and it doesn't feel like he's actually having a conversation with him. There's moments I think where they're very connected, like when he's basically yelling back to him, like, we're telling Anakin, what have you just done? Like, but like listing all his deeds back to him, which I think is a powerful moment. But like overall, I'm like, acting wise, with all the action, I want both. I want there to be good acting and good action, and for me, it's a 7. Final battle, yeah, I give it it's a little bit better as an 8 because I think the action in this is just really fun to watch. But again, I just feel like the dialogue, I feel like they're in 2 different movies in one scene. Like, they're just not. I don't feel like it flows as well as I would have liked. How do you rate the final battle between Yoda and Sidious? I like this battle a lot. I think I'm gonna give. I think I'm just give it a 9. But I like this battle a lot. I think it's another one of like my favorite parts of the whole film. It's just like master to master, even though there's parts of it that feel a little hokey just because Yoda is CGI, where he's hopping between seats and stuff. And it feels a little weird, but I'll give it a 9 because I feel like there's a level of ridiculosity to it because the Emperor's just so extra. But yeah, I think I'll give it a 9. That's what my brain can do in this moment.
Yes. Jenny, let's go to you.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that I actually like. I like most of this whole section. Even the build-up. There's a lot of lines that I really like. I feel like now I'm not just saying this because I have like a crush right now, but I feel like Obi-Wan delivered his lines better than Anakin did. I like Obi-Wan. Like that line is like, Anakin, my allegiance is to the Republic, to democracy. Like, I love that line. I feel it. And when he's kind of like, your new empire, like, Palpatine is evil. Like, I felt like Ewan McGregor did a really good job. Anakin, kind of, again, there's some, again, from my point of view, the Jedi are evil. I don't like that line at all. Also, again, anytime it's him and Padme, I just don't love it. When Anakin, all I want is your love. Like, again, she says it on there, and it's so obnoxious. So build up, I'm gonna give an 8. And then, yeah, the final battle with Anakin and Obi-Wan, I think this is a really cool scene. But, so do you guys watch, I don't know if you guys watch Family Guy at all. It's been a while for me, but Family Guy's got an episode where they sort of make fun of these kind of fights. Like, Peter gets in a fight with a guy in a chicken suit, and the whole fight just goes on so ridiculously long, and they're fighting, and they're on top of a rooftop, and they're down on here, and they're here, and it's kind of like by the time they're on the tightrope, I'm a little bit like, it just feels kind of silly.
Yes.
And it's another example of where I feel like George Lucas is just trying to throw so much CGI shit and, ooh, let's make them do this. Ooh, and now they're going to be floating through the lava, but on different droids, and the droids are like moving up and down. It's like, you just didn't need that. The scene, I almost feel, would have been more impactful focusing on the visceralness of these two characters. Like, lightsaber battles are cool on their own. You don't need all of this. It was too much. But I still found it really powerful and enjoyable. And I know maybe it's a little like hit you over the head with it, but I like the imagery of Anakin and Obi-Wan's relationship essentially going up in flames, literal fire, and then Yoda and Sidious literally tearing apart democracy and destroying the Senate and throwing those things. It's like a little ridiculous, but I like it as imagery. This is literally what he's doing. He's literally tearing apart democracy, tearing apart the Senate, and Anakin, this like powerful friendship, is literally going up in flames. And so the way those two fights go back and forth with each other, I really, really like. So between Anakin and Obi-Wan, I would give a 9. I mean, and even like the last scene too, after he chops his legs off and stuff. I mean, I feel a pain in Obi-Wan's voice, and I don't know. Yeah, so 9 for that, and then Yoda and Sidious, I'll give it 10, and also because I love anytime Yoda is lightsaber battling. So yeah, nice. I like this whole section a lot.
I love what you're saying about Sidious literally tearing democracy apart. I hadn't thought about that. That's cool.
Yeah.
Ryan, you're up. Ryan, you are muted, sir.
You're muted, dude.
I do it just so I know you guys are listening. Yeah, I think as soon as anyone thought up of that Senate room and those pods, are like, Jedi's are going to throw these later. Someone's going to chuck these around. How do you rate the... Okay. Yeah. I feel like I'm talking myself into liking this movie more. Like, I sort of love that they give Anakin all these reasons to go to the dark side. And then in this scene where he confronts Padme and then Obi-Wan, he just shows that he's basically just a douchebag. He just sucks and wants power. Like, he just sucks and like wants to own Padme. He's just like jealous and angry, or the fact that going to the dark side has made him just like spin out. You know, because he's like sees Obi-Wan, knows Obi-Wan. He's like, you're with him now, and it is like a sexual. They make it like a sexual jealousy thing. And he does choke out his wife. He force chokes her, which is probably what kills her in the end. And then, in the boldest move, no one checks on her, and they both just start sword fighting. And then they fuck up everything that this planet, this like fiery volcano planet, has. Only like 1 or 2 buildings. And they just like sword slice their way through everything until everything is destroyed, and they're floating on little pieces of rubble, and I do not know how they're controlling them. The little droids are force controlling them so they can keep sword fighting each other. It's disgusting. It is too masculine. They should both die, I kind of think. Yeah. Because at the end, the bullshit like high ground, everyone makes fun of that, and duly. duly they make fun of that because it's the stupidest thing ever. How many times? Like I said, it would in Phantom Menace. Darth Maul is standing above, and Obi-Wan's like hanging from a thing, and he does the same move. The mirrors move themselves, trying to flip over a guy, and it's another thing of like Obi-Wan saying, "Don't do the thing that I can do, is flip over me," and he cuts his legs off. He burns. They have a conversation while he's like on fire. Does not go check on his friend. Does not pull him to safety. Be like, "Hey man, you're defeated. Like you have no legs. Like I'm still gonna save your life because you're my brother." Fucking cold-blooded walks away. That makes no sense. No person would do that. Why would you do that? You know who comes? The first person to touch him is the fucking Emperor. He comes down to where he is, like burned up, and is like, he's still alive. He's okay. He flies to go pick him up. No wonder he's on that guy's side. It's
I'm ready
cruel.
to change
It's
my
unusual.
rating after that.
But he does. But like he treats Padme, they choke her and they leave her. They blow up everything. They don't know if she's alive. They don't know if they've blown up the platform that she's like laying on. C-3PO drags her back onto the ship, and then she dies in childbirth. It's disgusting. But she's been choked and disrespected, thrown away, left unconscious. I hate it. So I give 3 stars to that part.
Wow.
The final lead up to the final duel is actually fun. There's a lot of cool sword fighting. I give that a 9. And then how do I rate the final? Yoda and Sidious is cool, except I don't understand. No, Yoda escapes barely with his life. He falls so far, he gets so beat up, and his little claws when he's grabbing on at the end is very scary. And then he sneaks away in a little tube, and it gets picked up just like I'm saying. They made Jimmy Smits like a Lando, and they didn't let him do anything. So I give that a 7.
Wow.
I hate all the snarly rat stuff. Sorry, I yelled.
Are we rating the same section? I think we are. I'm like,
Yeah, the Sidious.
It's like I don't know if we rated the same thing. Like, wait a minute, what? We haven't rated the last section yet, or did we?
I love it. No, we
that was
still
the
have
section
one more.
we were doing, right?
Well,
It
we
was
yeah, that was
6, right?
have
Not
one more
7.
final. Yeah.
Yeah, we
have one
haven't
more
done
final
7 yet.
seed,
That was
though.
right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right,
I would
Oh
like.
no, you're right.
I'm taking the floor. Build up to the final duel. I love this stuff. It's a little hokey and schlocky, and like, it's a little silly with the dialogue, but I still just, it's like, that's what I've always wanted to see, is Anakin and Obi-Wan yelling at each other after Anakin's turned. So I find it very satisfying. I give it an 8. I give it a 7 because Padme, they just did a little bit of a disservice to her character, but this movie is all about doing a disservice to her character. So it's like in service to the story, but if they had given her more to do and like built her character up a little bit more soundly, it would have been more effective. So I give it a 7. The final duel between Anakin and Obi-Wan, there's moments of this that are absolutely stellar, like some of the best lightsaber fighting that we've ever seen. But then when they're fighting monkey style and like swinging from the ropes, and then they're like jumping around on lava droids, it's just like, come on. None of it makes any sense. It's all so ridiculous, and it completely deflates the tension. But like when Obi-Wan has the high ground and Anakin makes that jump, like that scene is straight off of the back of the Darth Vader action figure, like the big doll that I had. Like not an action figure, but a doll. It was like this big. It like wrote on the back, like Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi had a battle on Mustafar. And this was like years before the first prequel even came out. So like that is what I was waiting for. And it finally happens. And they just like go for it. And it is gory. It is gross. It is disturbing. We've already talked about the most violent death in the movie, but for me, this is the most violent moment. It's really, really, really disturbing. And I think that's the right call. And I appreciate that they went that dark with it. but like I'm so distracted and disturbed by the silly shenanigans swinging around on ropes in the middle. I'm like, why did you do that? It's just so frustrating. So I give the whole thing a 6. And then the final battle between Yoda and Sidious, it's pretty great. Sidious is fantastic. He's still just like, he's like, just like throwing Senate pods. There's a little too much like CGI in this section for me. I just want more real stuff. I want them to build Star Wars with their hands. Like even in The Mandalorian, when they have stuff on that screen behind them, they film a lot of like practical effects that they then put up on a digital screen, like miniatures and stuff. It's just like the way that they're making that shit is so awesome, and I love it. And this is not the satisfying way to make Star Wars for me, so it can't be that satisfying, but I give it a 7. Okay, voting on that section is closed. We are almost there, friends. We're going to pass out, but we're going to make it before we do. So let's take a look at the scores.
Countdown.
All right.
Did I submit my scores? I think I did.
Ryan, your description of that section was so epic.
That was fantastic. My life has changed.
Okay,
I
that
will
got...
never ever watch this movie the same again. Like I'm gonna rewatch that entire scene after you describing that because it is so accurate, and it's like they literally just tore this fucking planet apart, and they did left her ass just to be this pregnant woman just choked and dropped. Like it's true. It's all bad.
Yeah.
I didn't think about
Her direction.
Well, guys, guess what? That section got a 7.8. And guess where we were? We were at 7.8. So guess where we are now? We're at 7.8.
Math. Yay!
Okay, this is it, folks. The final section. So here is what we are voting on. Well, let me just go through the outline. Fuck it. I'm just going to go with what we're voting on. It explains all of it. Okay, here we have 4 questions in the final segment. How do you rate Padme's death / Vader's rebirth? Padme dies in childbirth as Vader is put in the suit. Question 2. How do you rate Vader's discovery that Padme has died? And that includes the no. How do you rate the final plans of the Jedi, which is Yoda going into exile, the children separated and hidden, learning to commune with Qui-Gon? And then how do you rate the final scenes? Vader and Palpatine visit the Death Star construction. Luke and Leia are taken to the new homes on Alderaan and Tatooine. And I just want to start us off with, I know a lot of people talk about how Padme died of a broken heart. Not true. Not what happens. I'm sure of it. Padme died because Palpatine took her life force, put it in Anakin to keep him alive. And I'm like sure of this because the way that it's edited, it's like back and forth between those two moments. And like the droid doesn't know what's happening. The droid doesn't understand the Force. It's like, oh, she's lost the will to live, you know? That's the droid's medical diagnosis because the droid doesn't understand the Force. Because how could it? But what's really happening there is her life force is being sucked out by Palpatine. I'm like sure of it. And when you watch it with that...
We talked about this, right?
I think we've talked about this in the past, yeah.
And I was like, I remember sharing that thought with you. I was like, I feel like because that's exactly what I think. And
that's been out there that's like a fan theory that's been out there for a while. And on this, like, I'm not making this up. I heard that from someone. It might have been B, but then when I watched it on this watch through, I'm like, that is what's happening. Like you can see it in the film. I feel like that is in the film. As much as I'm sure that like spoilers for Rise of Skywalker, as much as I'm sure that when like B did tell me this one, that when Leia, or when Han Solo shows up, that's like Leia force projecting as Han Solo to Ben. Like, I'm sure that that's what's happening also. Like, that's now headcanon for me 100%. And I feel like the movie alludes to it, but I feel like in this moment, the movie is definitely alluding to the fact that that's what's happening. What do you guys think about that? What do you think, Jenny?
Well,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ryan. Yeah, go for it.
I'll jump in.
Yeah.
Because to me, that last scene is like another instance of George Lucas like just recreating like a scene from old cinema that he likes. Just like the pod race is like the chariot race from like Ben-Hur or whatever. The scene where Vader comes to life is Frankenstein.
Yep.
It's Frankenstein.
Yeah.
But there's no lightning. But there is cutting back and forth between the birth and his. So I like that theory. That's very interesting.
Yeah.
That would be the lightning.
Well, Ryan, while you're talking about this,
Because
here's the link.
Breaks out like a freaking Frankenstein. It's so dumb.
Yeah. While you're talking about it, there's the link. Why don't you tell us your numbers as well?
Give me that link, baby.
You have 2 minutes. I'm giving everyone a time limit on this one.
There's not much left to say. It's the end of the movie.
Yeah.
We're done. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's like I'm coming around the curve of like liking this movie because it is so dumb. But yeah, the no, I'll have to give that a 6. Or no, that's the no. Yeah, he choked her out. I don't know why he's pretending to care about her now. I think it's fake, and I'll give it a 7. And the Padme's death is sad, and I don't like it. I give it a 3. She didn't deserve none of that. Final plans of the Jedi are stupid as fuck. They like fucking hide Luke where his dad is with his family. The first place you would check. And how do you rate the scenes? Final scenes. Vader, Palps. Wait, I don't even remember this shit. 2 stars. I'm trying to drag the score down at the end here. Jimmy Smith should have had more lines. Submit.
Here.
2 stars. 2. I'm done. I'm done. I'm sorry.
Nice. Let's go to Jenny.
2 minutes?
Did you call name?
Yeah, let's go to Jenny.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm gonna rate this one higher now because again, this is a scene I would have rated this really low. I think I've heard this too, and it does make me like it a lot more that Palpatine is the one draining her life force, killing her, putting in whatnot, because she's dying of a broken heart. We have all this technology and scientific information, and we don't know. I don't know. We didn't know it was twins either. Like, I don't know. Surprise. I don't know. She's dying of a broken heart. I hated that so much, but it makes more sense with this way of looking at it. So, and I do like
just sitting around doing nothing. They're all just like,
yeah,
I guess she's dying. They're all like in chairs. They are seated.
Yeah, it also always bothered me just because of again, I know this is stupid Star Wars fan nitpicky, but you know, Leia having the line in Return of the Jedi where he's asking about her mother and she says, I remember her. She was, you know, beautiful but sad. And I don't know, I don't think that they whatever. It used to bother me. I'm gonna give it a 7 now though. Because I do actually I do like that imagery though, them cutting back and forth, like him going in the suit and being on the table and her giving birth. I mean, I do think visually it's interesting. I don't like the over the top Frankenstein reference. Again, it's too much. And is that in the next one? Okay, so 7 for the first one. The next one, the no. I'm gonna give that one a 6 because I hate that. No, and him coming out of the thing like just like don't like it. 6. And the final plans for the Jedi, Yoda going into X. I mean, I agree with Brian's assessment. Like sending Luke to what seemingly like the most obvious place, although it does make sense maybe that Anakin wouldn't want anything to do with his home and never want to go there. That's where he was a slave. That's where he was, I mean, but still, it still feels a little bit like if these are going to be the more search for. And also, Leia going with Bail Organa, who's like seems to be a pretty prominent, like well-known senator and so involved with that also feels a little bit like maybe find someone a little less like, I don't know. I guess if you need to have her be with someone she knows, but it also doesn't feel like the best hiding spot to me. So I don't know. I'll give that scene an 8. And then, yeah, the very final, I like how this ends. I have a soft spot for Tatooine sunsets and them, and this how this ending rhymes with the end of Rise of Skywalker, and that very similar, even like the creature that Obi-Wan rides to get there is very similar to what the old woman has when she asks, "What's your name?" Rey Skywalker. So I like that symmetry. And I don't know how, maybe I noticed this, but I didn't remember it. I did not remember that you see Tarkin on the bridge there, overseeing the Death Star. I don't know how I missed that before, but I noticed it this time. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna give it a 9, and that's also just kind of like, I did like this movie, and I'm giving it a high score for the ending.
Yeah. How about you, B?
I echo a lot of what's already been said. Padme, Vader Death Rebirth, I gave it a 6 because I would rate it lower, but I feel like the cinematography and the way it's shot is really actually pretty beautiful. The juxtaposition of her dying and giving birth and him coming into this iconic character, I think it's shot very quietly, which I think is a really cool choice. Like, there's actually not a lot of noise happening in the scene, which I think informs a lot of what we're supposed to feel, the underscoring, the dialogue, like whatever noise is happening in a scene really does dictate kind of what we're supposed to, it helps the viewer know what I'm supposed to feel in this moment. And the fact that there's just not a whole lot of sound happening, I feel like there's a poetic kind of, they're giving some, at least giving a little respect to this moment. Like, I feel like it's shitty that this is how Padme's story ends, but it also, I feel like in the way that it was shot does give a little bit of honor to her in those last moments. The No and the Frankenstein mess and all of that, I gave it a 5. I kind of feel like in the middle, because I feel like with the way that Ian McDermott has that moment, he's like, "You did this, you killed her." Like, he almost, like, his seduction of him, of like basically manipulating him is complete. He basically can tell him whatever to believe, So I did like that, but then, like, she was alive. I felt it. I felt that she was alive. Like, oh, I'm sorry, James Earl Jones. I'm sorry that they used your voice for this ridiculous shit. Like, your voice should be honored. That voice is gold, man. We're gonna milk it as long as we have him here. And you used it for that. 5. And then the last 2 I gave a 9. I feel like it's a little obvious because it ends so, like, not super soon to 4. Like,
shit.
Luke and Leia are babies, and they're not babies in 4, right? They're as we know them. So I felt like it was just an obvious way to, like, help us understand where we end up in 4. It's like, this is what has to happen because this is what we know has already happened. You know what I mean? It's with prequels. They're, like, basically setting us up for the next film. But I think it's done very simply and beautifully. So I liked it. I gave it a 9. And then I gave the last scene a 9 too, just because I think it's cool setting up the scene for the next movies.
My dog just knocked over my webcam.
Oh.
Okay. I used to hate the scene where Padme died. I used to think it was so stupid, but now that I truly believe that Palpatine is stealing her life force, I like it a lot more. What's up, Pally Hernandez? Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that. So I agree with you. I just feel like it's not explicit enough. Like, it definitely, and it's not in the dialogue. The only dialogue we get is that she has no more will to live and died of a broken heart. That is what they chose to say about it.
So I feel like George Lucas chose to be was trying to be like a little more artistic than he should have here. I feel like we needed, like, the Star Wars audience at large needed a little, like, specificity about that. Because I feel like it's too unclear. I absolutely agree with that. Like, I want to give this like a 9, but I feel like I can't because it's too unclear. I feel like the emotional, like, if you go into it knowing for a fact that Palpatine steals her life force, it's a beautiful sequence. It makes the whole thing play so beautifully. And then that moment where Vader's mask closes, best sound effect of all time, that little squeal as it pressurizes. It's amazing. Like, that whole thing is awesome. But like, when I was a kid, I would have given it a 2 because I'm like, you're telling me Padme died of a broken heart? That's stupid.
Yeah, I never ever at that age like picked up.
I didn't pick it up myself.
Like,
I had to read it somewhere. But once I'd read it, I believed it. But I'm still going to give it a 7 because I do feel like it needs to be more explicit. Vader's reaction that Padme has died is one of the worst moments of the whole movie. It's like, it just completely breaks the spell that had been cast. If you're not like already having the spell broken by Padme's death, this will take you out of the movie completely. It's just, it's absolutely ridiculously bad. Like, the no is like laughably bad, and to be laughing at that moment is such a shame, you know? Like, this is what the whole thing is building towards, and that moment is awful.
Another key moment, like, there's no excuse. You don't fuck up that one.
I'm actually gonna give that my lowest score of the night. I'm giving that a 1. I feel like that is an inexcusably bad moment in this movie that needed to be so much better. Like, I like a lot of the stuff around it, but even like Palpatine telling Anakin that he killed Padme, like, all of the stuff around them just looks so fake. You know, there's like all these CG bags of blood that are about to explode. And that moment just turns into like, Ryan, you said Frankenstein, right? Yeah, it just like turns into a Frankenstein movie. And I get the impulse to do that, but if you're going to do it, you got to like do it with some respect to the Darth Vader character.
If he just doesn't say no, and then he just like crushes everything with his mind, it's like, that would have just been better.
Right. And then also like his first lines of dialogue, like, where's Padme? Is she all right? It's like the least Darth Vader thing that Darth Vader's ever said. And for that to be the first moment that he speaks as James Earl Jones is like also just like this, the wind just like let out of the airbags or whatever. That's not the metaphor, but it just doesn't feel like Darth Vader, which is so weird because it needs to. And then like him screaming no, it does not feel like Darth Vader at all. And obviously
weird.
like Anakin Skywalker doesn't feel like Darth Vader. And that's like the problem, is that like the character of Darth Vader is so far removed from Anakin Skywalker, and they didn't quite bridge that gap. And this is the moment where it is the most blaringly obvious. And that's a problem for me. That a big problem for me. I still really like the movie, but I'm giving that section a 1. That's, to me, the most disappointing moment in the movie. And the final plans of the Jedi, Yoda into exile. What Yoda says early in the movie is like, into exile I must go. And I'm like, wait, what? Why? Like, you failed this fight, so you have to go into exile? Like, that doesn't make sense. They never explain it. He's just like, I gotta go to exile. Fuck me. I'm gonna go live in a forest, swampy planet. And we talked about this earlier, but like the children being hidden on separate planets. I love Bail Organa. I love that he takes Leia. He's like, my wife and I always wanted a daughter. Beautiful. I love it so much. And also, there was another actor that played Bail Organa in the first movie, and it was cut out. And thank God it was cut out, because they recast with Jimmy Smits. And this is, you know, the diversity in these movies is awful, but this was a wonderful, inspired casting choice. Because like Leia's father does not need to be a white man. So casting a Puerto Rican actor, beautiful. I love it. His performance is so good, so full of pathos, and you just feel his emotion. His cameo in Rogue One is incredible, and he just grounds this movie, and this movie desperately needed grounding, and his presence is exceptional and makes the whole thing better. And like his participation in the way that this all ends makes me really like this whole thing a lot more than I would otherwise. And then I do kind of like that they sent Luke to Vader's family's home, because I don't think Vader's ever going to go back there. I think that the whole hiding in plain sight that Palpatine has been doing for years, it works. It works. Let's do it with Luke. Why not? The whole thing with Qui-Gon, I feel like, is a little silly. Like, I've always had a suspicion that, you know, when episode 1 came out and Qui-Gon was killed and he didn't disappear like Obi-Wan disappeared, and all the fans are like, why didn't he disappear? I feel like this is sort of retconning that. It's like, oh, well, Jedi didn't know how to turn into the Force when they died back then, and Qui-Gon was the first one to come back as a Force ghost, or just a disembodied Force voice. And now Yoda and Obi-Wan are going to learn how to be Force ghosts. But if that's true, then why didn't Anakin disappear? Because we see him as a Force ghost. So the whole thing doesn't work. It's never going to work. It's all confusing. It doesn't make sense. I didn't necessarily need this tacked on thing. And also like Yoda saying training I have for you, because everyone was complaining about the fact that like Obi-Wan says that Yoda trained him. Like when he introduces Yoda, he's like, go see the Jedi who trained me. Yeah. So it's like, oh, training I have for you. It's like, okay, now Yoda's going to train Obi-Wan. This all feels a little like retconny to me. It feels like George Lucas trying to like button up things that fans had pointed out that were problems in the first two movies. But overall, I feel like it's good. I'm going to give it a 7. And then
makes you think about the original trilogy or just in A New Hope. If like Qui-Gon is like in Obi-Wan's ear the whole time, sort of.
Yeah. Well, there's a beautiful arc in the Clone Wars where Obi-Wan comes to Yoda for the first time. It's fantastic. And Qui-Gon is actually in it. What's his name? Dude, Liam Neeson is actually in it. So you got to check it out, right? It's great. Final scenes, Vader and Palpatine visiting the Death Star construction, Luke and Leia taking their new homes. I feel like all this is really well done. It's a really nice bow to put on the movie. Like this whole last sequence for me is really inconsistent, but I feel like this is the strong point. Like seeing Anakin stand there and like with his hood on, just like stroking his beard, thinking about the future, knowing that he lives on this planet now and is protecting this child. And the twin sons, I'm a sucker for twin sons. I love that shit. So I feel like this is really, and like seeing Alderaan, we'd never seen Alderaan before. So that was really, really lovely to see that beautiful planet. That was such a nice touch for the fans because like, you know, Alderaan's one of those things like Order 66. It brings up some intense emotions for Star Wars fans. So getting to see it, I thought was wonderful. Yeah, so I'm going to give that last section an 8. And with that, voting is closed on the trial of Revenge of the Sith. We are moments away from a verdict. Does anyone have anything they need to say as I calculate our responses?
I do have a final thought.
About Padme's funeral at all?
Yes, Padme's funeral was in there. It was part of one of those answers.
Oh, this might be a weird question. Seems like she still had a big pregnant belly, even though she. Does that?
Yeah,
I think they might have done that to protect the children, to make it look like she hadn't given birth.
But also, no, I think that's just accurate. Like that's women after it takes months. Or don't quote me on that. But it actually takes.
I don't know. That's what I was kind of wondering.
I don't know. I noticed that for the first time that she's still, and you're right. It could be because they're trying to trick. But I've actually now seen and talked to new moms who say like, yeah, your belly like weeks after you've given birth, you still have it still can look like you're pregnant. So I was like, oh, that's oddly accurate that they still showed her with a belly.
I am wrong. I did not include Padme's funeral. Do we need to vote on that? Do we have strong feelings about that?
I mean,
I think it's because it's the very. It's where is it's like is it the very end? It's not the very very end, but it's towards. It's in that final sequence.
Yeah,
it's in the final sequence.
I think it's very beautiful.
It's beautiful.
Yeah. Beautifully shot, but it's also it feels so wasteful. I was like, this feels wasteful. Like I would have, if she had lived and had the children and went to that place that she talked about going to on Naboo in that one scene, at least give her one dream, which was to go to this specific place on Naboo with her babies. I would have been happy to see her with maybe with Bail Organa somehow, since like he's one of the only people in the Senate who actually has a moral compass and, didn't just sway and clap for the death of democracy. Like maybe there's a connection between the two of them that they could have developed in this movie that would make us believe that Leia would have a connection, to them because of her, you know what I mean? Like build a relationship between Padme and the Organas so that Leia being raised by them makes sense as opposed to like, we always wanted a daughter and I'm compassionate and not crazy as the whole galaxy is turning on its head. I will take care of this baby because I know that these people are wilding out.
You've convinced me, B. I just dropped a poll in chat. Let's vote on Padme's funeral.
Okay.
Also, Padme not set on fire, as usually people are.
The first time we're seeing a non-Jedi funeral, right?
Yeah.
Where it's not.
So, B, what's
only for Jedis?
B, what's your rating for that funeral?
It's beautifully shot, but it makes me mad.
Yeah.
So it's like, what do I do with those conflicting feelings? It's like, thematically, I think it's gorgeous, but it's so stupid. Like, what do I say? Maybe it's a 5 then, because I'm in the middle.
Jenny, what do you think?
I mean, yeah, it is beautiful. I'm looking at it here. You see the funeral right before you see the shot with Darth Vader on the bridge looking at the Death Star. Yeah, I mean, it's beautiful. I feel like I've seen that kind of funeral a lot before. Thor's mother had a similar one. I feel like I've seen it a couple times. So I don't know that it's that creative, but it's beautiful and it's nice getting a shot of, I never thought I'd say this, but Jar Jar and the king.
Boss Nass.
Boss Nass, yeah, and he looks sad. So
I don't see them. That's my favorite. Boss Nass is my favorite character from the whole trilogy. And
I was going to say, Ryan, I couldn't remember if it was you or if it was Doug.
It was me.
You did a shot of him walking in the wake.
I love Boss Nass.
I'll give it an 8. Like, I got nothing against it.
Ryan, what about you?
Give it a 5. They shouldn't have killed her. It didn't need to happen at all. Why did she need to die?
Yeah, I think it's.
She could have lived.
I think it's beautiful. I like it. I'm gonna give it a 7. Yeah, that feels right. Okay, I'm gonna calculate. I now have to calculate a couple of things here because I forgot that one too.
He died so that Vader could have like no attachments, except his kids who are just with his like stepbrother.
So I want to my last thing I want to say, just because I've been thinking about this ever since you pointed out again. Just I don't know. I never thought about really grasped again just how the movie is 98% male. Just how and imagine. But so just I'm not trying to start a big conversation about it, but it is just interesting to imagine that reverse. And if a Star Wars movie came out, you'll never see it. The most we're going to get is 50-50. But if you saw a Star Wars film that was 98% women and there's 2 token male characters who are written horribly, can you even imagine the backlash? It's a Star Wars chick flick.
I'm angry just thinking about it. Ooh.
All the butthurt white men out there who would think that something was being stolen from them. It'd be
the
crazy.
Backlash would be insane. This is identity politics. This is how ridiculous. It doesn't even make sense that there's so many women. And it's but on this, even me as a woman, I never even noticed. I mean, I knew I had issues with women representation with Padme's character, but I just hadn't even thought about the scope of how ridiculous that is that it's so dominant because even I'm so used to it. That's the default is for it to be men heavy. But yeah, if this was reversed, I mean, people flipped out just having the character be a woman.
Yeah, and No Mom Mothma, that felt weird to not have her in it. Like we said, Jesse, they took her out and and I feel unfortunately, a lot of the women in the new trilogy, even Rey, I mean, that character has gotten bashed, even though I feel the writing is not great. It's not the actress's fault. And it's still having a female lead in a Star Wars film, I think still carries a little bit of, people are angsty about it. People who feel Star Wars belongs to them and it doesn't represent the Star Wars that resonates with them. Daisy Ridley's career is never going to be the same for better and for worse. Because of that.
Yeah.
And we just, our society needs time for white men to acclimatize to, understanding their privilege, because I feel a lot of them have not dealt with that until now. And a movie being made about someone that doesn't look like them is, getting all upset about that is such a waste of breath,
Yeah,
and not for everyone except for white men, I'm saying. For everyone else, it is not a waste of breath. But I just want to be very clear here. All these white guys that are so upset that a woman was the lead in a Star Wars movie, I'm get over yourself. You've had 6. You've had more than 6 Star Wars movies. So get over yourself. Let someone else have a turn. It's absolutely ridiculous.
And even if people weren't upset over it, like it would be noticeable though. Like it would be a thing everyone would be talking about. Like it would be almost weird to see that. And that's what's like more that it would be so weird to have a female, and yet it's so like I didn't even notice that it was like a male dominated. It's just so
we should be celebrating that there was a female-led trilogy. Like I've always celebrated that. Anyone who's not is wrong.
I mean, I think the perfect like example of how it's getting better is that final episode of season 2 of Mandalorian when those 4 women are leading the charge.
Totally.
Like I literally had an emotional reaction to that scene. Like it was just like, what am I seeing? Like it was just literally the best.
Oh okay. Yeah, totally.
Guys, we got numbers I got to share with you because they're important. All right.
Numbers.
Okay, so the last segment was at a 6.7 until we realized that we forgot the funeral. And then that got a 6.9, which brought us up to a 6.8. So we gained 0.1 points by adding in the funeral. We were at 7.8. We were at 7.8. We added in 6.8. And guess where we ended up? 7.7! It's a 7.7. I fucking nailed it. I nailed it exactly. That's 2 weeks in a row that I have guessed exactly right. But this is like it's not just a guess. It's like, this is what I think this movie deserves. But let's just take a look at our spread of numbers here. So Jenny and B guessed an 8. Ryan guessed a 6. I'm saying guessed, but rated it. Jenny and B rated an 8. Ryan rated a 6. I gave it a 7.7. Chat gave it an 8.5. And the average of all of us was 6.4 or 7.6. The average of chat and the panelists was 7.6. And we ended up exactly at 7.7. So, very exciting.
Mic drop.
Yeah. I'm very excited about it.
So what are the 3 scores for these movies? All the prequels, what are they now?
Yeah, so episode 1 is a 5.4, episode 2 is a 6, episode 3 is a 7.7.
Wow, that's a big increase.
I feel like that's right. Like that feels accurate to me.
Yeah,
like,
it feels good.
No one in the history of fandom has ever put in this much work to figure out these numbers. And I think we nailed it.
Nailed it. We're making history, guys.
I think we did it.
Okay. They will write about us in the Star Wars.
I had a brief final thought.
Yeah, hit me.
So Anakin, Aiden Christensen's hair in this is so it's sort of like this, and then kind of like that. Do you think that they shaped his hair so that it kind of looked like a Darth Vader helmet, just a little bit, kind of round, and then like a tape, like it shoots down? No.
I do think his hair is weird. I actually watched. There were so many awkward close-ups that I was like, is this a wig? Are these extensions? Like, what is happening? Like, I'm like, it just doesn't seem natural enough. Like I feel like they wanted to make it look like this wild kind of like he's that rebel-y Jedi that's eventually going to be Darth Vader, so it has to be like a little untamed and like everywhere. But it seemed a bit too coiffed. Like they worked really hard to make it look exactly like that.
Specific shape, and I wonder if it's that or if the Darth Vader helmet kind of just is shaped like hair already.
That story, well, talking about the hair reminds me of something. This is the epitome of what I hated about the prequels when I was a kid, is that there's this behind the scenes thing where they forgot to put Hayden Christensen's wig on for one of the shoots, and George Lucas was like, don't worry, I'll put it in post, and literally put his hair in post.
No. His hair.
Yeah. Someone asked what's the average of all 3 movies, and that I just did the math. It is 6.4. Justin, no, we don't have time. We can't do it. Does anyone else have final thoughts? Because I have one thing that we need to discuss real quick before we end.
No, that was it. I'm done. Sorry.
Okay, so first of all, this is too long. We got to figure out a way to shorten it. I'll work on that before the next time. I might take next weekend off. We might do a weekend off and then come back in 2 weeks. Let's just plan on that. Let's just do that. We'll take next week off.
Yes, we should.
Yeah.
MLK, y'all, we should take a break.
Yeah, these are so much fun. I love doing this. It is so much prep work just making all this stuff, and I'm just going to give myself a week off, celebrate the fact that we got through the prequels. But then the big question is, what do we want to do next? Do we want to do Solo a Star Wars story and stick with live action continuity, or do we want to throw in some animated continuity and do the final 4 episodes of the Clone Wars? That arc is called The Siege of Mandalore, and it really serves as a film. Those final 4 episodes feel like a film. And they feel like they are like a companion piece to Revenge of the Sith. So I'd like to hear from chat, and I'd like to hear from the panelists. What do you guys think? Should we just stick to live action for this watch through? We can always do Clone Wars in the future, or should we put that in right now as we're doing this watch through?
Yeah, I was trying to think about this when you messaged. I mean, my first instinct is like to. I want to hear what chat has to say, because I would do. I'd put it in either. I love the Clone Wars, and I think you're right. That is a really great arc, and I don't really like the Solo movie, but that's kind of why I think it's worth doing, because I kind of like. Yeah. I don't know. I'm skipping it. I don't know. I would say what chat. I want to see what chat thinks.
Adam in chat has a great point. Do we want to do the Clone Wars / seasons as a whole? I mean, we could do like a stream per season, or like. We've already skipped the first Clone Wars movie, which would have taken place before episode 3. So, yeah, Clone Wars is something we could do at a later date. I guess this is like, do we want to make sure we include that? Do we want to include that Clone Wars final 4 episodes as a film in the Star Wars film saga, or is that too confusing? Is that like, we're just getting a little fancy? I don't know.
For me, it's not confusing only because they're the completion of the Clone Wars. Like, those just were made last year. Like, they're new, and they directly impact Revenge of the Sith. And I feel like if we're going to kind of go in order a little bit, I feel like it's worth it to talk about it now, and then maybe still do something about Clone Wars later. But I think not mentioning it when we're fresh off of Revenge of the Sith doesn't make sense. For me, anyway. I would rather honor those last 4 after having just watched it, to really look at the nuance and how intentional they were with crafting those last 4 episodes, because I think they're brilliantly done. It's some of the best Star Wars canon I think that exists.
That's a really good argument. I just made a quick straw poll so people can vote.
Yeah, because someone in there said, I mean, also not everyone might have seen the Clone Wars or watched the Clone Wars. Like, I feel like everyone has seen the movies. Like, pretty much everyone. The Star Wars movies. Some people might not. And like one person mentioned he doesn't want spoilers for Clone Wars.
Right.
So that
I saw that. That's a big consideration as well.
Yeah.
I mean, people who haven't seen all of Mando still chose to watch the episodes that we took apart for Mando.
Yeah, people that never seen the show at all watch that.
That's
one
true.
person.
Exactly.
One person. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Yeah. So here's the straw poll, so you guys can vote. I'm like stuck on this decision. I've been having a really hard time making this decision. Every once in a while with like a content creation thing, I just get stuck and I'm like, I don't know what to do. And like, it's really hard to make decisions sometimes. So I appreciate you guys helping us out with this. Do you guys the panelists, do you guys want to vote on this as well? I just dropped the straw poll in chat.
Oh, I did. I don't know if I was supposed to, but I did. I thought I was supposed to.
Yeah. I will say that I don't know if I have a rewatch of all of Clone Wars in me. Like, I didn't love so much of the series. I loved seasons 5, 6, and 7 so much, but there was moments in seasons 1 through 4 where I was like, why am I watching this? And I even put it down for like 4 or 5 years in the middle because I was sick of it after season 3. So I'm not sure if that's something that I would ever rewatch in its entirety to cover on the show. But the final 4 episodes of Clone Wars are one of my favorite Star Wars movies. And I feel like if now is the time to do it and make sure we do it, maybe we should do it now. But let's take a look at our poll. Where do I see?
I would watch just the last 4 episodes and not watch the rest of the show.
We got a 2-to-1 ratio of people saying we should do Solo next versus Clone Wars. Oof, this is tough.
Time if we're taking a
about Solo
next week, we can.
Yeah, I would like to. You know my thoughts about it, Jesse.
Yeah, I really would love for you to participate in Solo because I do know your thoughts about it. I'm concerned that in order to shorten this, the easiest way to do it is to do 3 people instead of 4 per stream, just because it's just going to take less time. Or we can like talk about ways that we can maybe adjust the format slightly.
I feel about there's like a discussion about each section, and then we vote on each section, and each person goes over the section again.
Exactly.
So you're essentially discussing each section twice.
Yeah, we switch.
That works better.
We kind of switched to that the latter half, and I think that maybe next time let's try 4 people, but just doing that format where we just kind of let everyone vote on everything. Just because I'd love to do the discussion. I love the discussion part. And we can discuss a little bit as people are voting, but I think that that'll prevent some repeat thoughts and maybe bring the time down. So that's a great first thing to try. Let's do that first.
We could have actually watched Revenge of the Sith twice in the time that we talked about it.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
That's
what are
horrible.
You doing?
I just actually checked the time on Revenge of the Sith.
Yes.
No.
Hey, I can talk about Star Wars all day. I'm not complaining, but I love it.
That's ridiculous. Well, my end credits, I made 2 versions of the end credits. One that says next time is going to be the Clone Wars, and one that says that next time is going to be Solo. And I still don't know which one to use. So I'm just going to throw up the Clone Wars version, and we will talk about it off stream. I'm too tired to make decisions right now. The poll said to go for Solo, but I feel like if we don't do Clone Wars now, it might never happen. And I might just want to do it anyway. So I'm going to think about it, and we'll talk about it. And I'll see who's available and who wants to do it, and then we will let you guys know. And Adam, you read my mind. Discord is the place to go for announcements. Planning to take, I'm pretty sure we'll take the next week off, and we'll let you know if there's any changes. Hopefully we'll be back 2 weeks on Sunday. I will announce in Discord when we've made a final decision on all that. This was amazing. I've never had so much fun talking about 3 movies that I was never that crazy about, but I feel like I've really come to love the prequels in a way that I never have before. Like, especially that third one. 7.7, man. It's a good movie. That's a good score. It's a good movie. Took us 4 hours and 20 minutes to figure that out. Everyone smoke some weed. All right, we're going to get out of here. Thank you so much for being here. This was awesome. I love you guys. Dream. This was the longest trial yet. And panelists, I can't believe you stayed with us this whole time. You're amazing. Jenny B and Ryan, thank you all so much. You are the best. Chat, thank you for being here. We love you guys. Until next time, stay nerdy out there.
Bye.
Bye-bye.